I've been commuting by train for years. Same line, same stops, same seat if I can get it. It's predictable, which I like. I usually catch the last train home from work, leaves the station at 12:22 a.m., arrives near my apartment just before 1. On this particular night, I was one of only 4 people in the car. A couple sitting near the doors, both asleep. An older man across from me reading a folded-up newspaper. The train was dead quiet. No chatter, no music, just the hum of the tracks. Then the PA cracked on. But it wasn't the usual conductor voice. No stop announcements. Just this low whisper. So faint I couldn't understand it at first. I thought maybe it was interference. Then it said clearly, "This is not your train." I looked around. Nobody else reacted. The couple kept sleeping. The man kept reading. It was like I hadn't heard it out loud, but inside my head. A few seconds later, it came on again. "Get off at the next stop." I pulled out my phone to check where we were, but the map wouldn't load. The battery was fine, but no signal. The lights in the car flickered, just once. I stood up, walked toward the doors. The man with the newspaper didn't look up at me. The train slowed down. The stop wasn't familiar. No signs, no benches, just a platform. And fog. It was thick. It reminded me of a dream. I stepped off. It was the last stop after all. But nobody else did. The doors closed behind me, and the train pulled away. No one else got off. Just as I was about to have a panic, everything around me changed. I was exactly where I was supposed to be, but I have no idea what happened. When I was about 7 or 8 years old, I used to see ghosts. I'd see them in my home, my school, restaurants, pretty much anywhere. Although they never seemed malicious, it still kind of scared me. My stepdad told me to stop lying, that I was going to scare my mom. But she's always been very spiritual, and actually believed me. So did my sister. I just kept telling the ghosts that I didn't want to see them, and they eventually went away. The most vivid one I can still remember to this day. It was a baby. He was in my mom's closet, dressed in old-timey baby clothes, laying in an old-timey baby carrier. He had dark hair and pale skin. I freaked. It always happened when no one else was around. Other family members or friends have also claimed to see a lady dressed in all white in the same house, although I never saw her. Later, as I got into my teen years and could no longer see them, I started hearing noises throughout the house, chairs moving, doors closing. My little nephew saw a ghost in my room when we were watching TV one time. I grabbed him and jetted. A couple of years back, I was driving cross-country to help a friend move. Took the long way through the middle of nowhere. 2-lane roads, stretches of farmland, and open sky. Around midnight, I pulled off for food. Found this little diner off the highway. It was something that didn't show up on GPS, but it had a glowing open sign and a gravel lot filled with pickup trucks. Inside, it was quiet. Old ceiling fans, smell of coffee and grease, one waitress behind the counter, a cook I couldn't see, a few folks scattered around the booths. I sat near the front, ordered pancakes and coffee, and that's when I noticed a guy. It was just a man sitting in booth 9 by the window, drinking black coffee, staring out at the parking lot. He looked ordinary, so I don't know why he stood out to me. A worn jacket, worn hat. There was something about him that didn't sit right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Eventually, he turned and looked at me. And then he smiled, like he knew me. Not in a we've met way, more like he recognized something about me. He raised his mug in my direction like a toast, then turned back to the window. The waitress came by to fill my cup and I asked, "Hey, do you know the guy over in 9? She gave me a weird look. "There's no one in 9. I turned. The booth was empty. Just coffee steam still rising from a full mug. The waitress didn't even check. She just took the mug, cleared the whole booth, like it wasn't strange. No question, no reaction. I paid and left without eating. The weirdest part, when I got back to my car, my radio, off the whole drive, cracked on and played a single line from an old country song. Some folks pass through just once, but you'll never forget 'em. Then it shut off again. Later, when I'd asked my friend if he'd passed an old diner on the way, he said he never saw one. I couldn't find it on my way back either. Either I took the wrong way because I didn't know where I was going, or it just wasn't there anymore. From 3 to 13, I lived in a nice home out near Yosemite National Park. Nothing super spectacular about it. 4 bedrooms, a den, dining room. It was the norm for a family home there. Just down a little dirt road, and if you've ever been around those parts, you'll know, miles away from civilization. My whole childhood, I was visited by this girl in white. She never spoke. I would just wake up at night and see or feel her there. I asked my dad, and his response every time was, "The men in our family can see ghosts." My rationale of this, because I'm a skeptic, and I remain this day to be, but the story I'm telling made me question. My rationale was that we had some sort of mild schizophrenia running through our family. It didn't bother me. She didn't look like other people. There was this something off about her thing. After my father died, my mother decided to sell the house and went through a realtor. We never once had contact with the buyers, only knew them by name. The buyers had a son who went to the same school as our old neighbors, dear friends of the family, and the son apparently came to school without having slept for many nights, complaining that there was a girl who watched him at night and that he needed to get out. Shivers go up my spine every time I remember this. I live across the street from a funeral home. That's not the creepy part, at least not by itself. You get used to the quiet, the strange hours, the way the lights never seem to be fully off. But ever since I was little, I felt like the house we live in sees more than it should. I'm 19 now. The weird stuff's always been there. Feeling watched, sudden cold spots, things shifting off shelves when no one's around. But since the renovation last year, things have changed, especially in my room. This tapestry hanging on my wall, it gets yanked down, repeatedly, always at night, always when I'm not looking. I've rehung it more times than I can count, and it never happens during the day. I've also started hearing footsteps around my bed. Not creaks in the wood, not shifting pipes, but footsteps. You can feel them through the floor, since our house is on piers. They circle the bed sometimes. I hear them when the doors open. It's always quiet, slow, like someone pacing and waiting. But what really got me happened a few months ago. That night I was on the phone with my boyfriend, talking about how nice it would be to just fall asleep together, dumb stuff. sweet, harmless. After I hung up, I laid back in bed and immediately felt it. This pressure at the foot of the bed, like someone had gently placed their hand there. I froze. Then came the second sensation, a presence behind me. Not a breeze or a temperature drop, just the feeling of someone right there, lying against my back. A finger lightly draws circles on my back, slow, repetitive, intimate. It wasn't cold, it wasn't aggressive, but it wasn't a muscle twitch or my imagination. I laid there, frozen, just waiting for it to stop. It didn't stop. It faded, eventually. That's the part that messes with me. I didn't feel the finger lift off me. It didn't break contact. It just dissolved, like it lost interest, or it was never fully physical to begin with. It happened again a few nights later. The same feeling, the same presence behind me, but this time it held my hand. I fell asleep like that, and I had this vague dream. A boy was there with me, but I couldn't make out his face. Just this soft, quiet feeling like I wasn't alone, and I didn't need to be. I don't think it's evil. I've felt that before. Oppressive, sickening energy. Whatever this is, it doesn't give me that. If anything, it feels lonely, almost careful. But yeah, I guess my question is, what kind of spirit can touch you? Not scare you, not whisper through vents, but actually reach you. Is it something I should worry about? Or is it just something that found me, that doesn't want to be alone? Things still move in the house. The tapestry gets tugged, but whatever was touching me, it hasn't come back lately. And I think I'm pretty okay with that. This happened when I was in 4th grade. I was little. I would always sleep with my door open. I went through a phase where I would wake up between 3 or 4 in the morning every night. Every single night, I would hear footsteps walking up my stairs, around my living room, through my dining room, across my kitchen, and down my hallway. They would always stop right before my doorway, then turn around and go back into the basement. But one night, they didn't stop. What I saw was a shadow of a little girl or boy, I couldn't tell. But they walked right in front of my doorway, looked at me for a few seconds, and then walked away, back down the stairs, to the basement. I slept with the door closed after that. I once worked as a housing inspector. A new client had purchased a house, and I was tasked with going and inspecting it. From the information on hand, the house was very old, built in 1908, was quite derelict, and in the middle of the woods. I was in no hurry to inspect the house, so I scheduled it for my last stop of the day. I did my jobs as per usual, and then I made my way to the house. I parked my car on the road, and as I walked up the long path, nothing jumped out at me. It was a rundown 3-story house. For me, it was just your run-of-the-mill wreck. I guess the buyers had walked through and seen some potential in the home, but I could see none. It was getting to be dusk, and as I didn't have the key to the front door, I made my way to the rear of the property to access the back door. As I came around the back of the house, I noticed that the back door itself opened up into a large kitchen. The sun began to set behind me, and I could feel a drastic change in air temperature. It was late summer, and I assumed that this was the reason for the drop in temperature. I turned to look at the sunset, noting that the cloud cover gave the sky a nice crimson hue. I turned back towards the door, and that's when I saw it. On the other side of the kitchen was a door that led into a hallway, which in turn led to the front door. The front door had colored glass, but what was standing in the darkness of the hallway, to this day, still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was a silhouette of a man. Judging from the build, I could tell it was a man. There were no distinguishable features to see, just a black silhouette. What happened next froze me to the spot. Where his face was, 2 eyes opened, and they were the color red, unblinking and unmoving. Those eyes glowed red, and I could tell that they were looking right at me. At first I couldn't look away. Those red orbs seemed to stare straight into my soul, and I found myself transfixed, staring back. Every fiber in me told me that I should run, but I could not move. I stared unblinking at the red eyes, and they in turn stared unblinking back at me. My eyes began to water, and I blinked to clear them, but as I opened my eyes again, the silhouette was gone. I freaked. I quickly ran around the house, jumped in my car, and sped home. What would normally take me 25 minutes to drive home only took me 10, as I couldn't get away fast enough. In my report, I wrote that the house and some structural issues couldn't be remedied, and the house was eventually torn down. In its place is a new housing unit with 6 3-bedroom homes. I've heard stories from tradesmen who have been on site at night, and they've all said that they felt a cold chill every time they went there. I did look up the history of the property, but nothing unusual jumped out at me. Up to that point in my life, I never believed in the supernatural or paranormal. Even now, I'm skeptical of most things, but I know what I saw was pure evil, and I've never had an encounter like it since. I was about 10 when my family was staying at a cabin in the mountains in the winter. It was a snowy night, and my parents, aunt, and uncle had gone to their bedrooms to sleep. My siblings and cousins and I were sleeping in the living room. At some point, I awakened by a chilly draft. When I opened my eyes, I saw the front door was slightly cracked, and there was a man making eye contact with me. In the middle of the night, in the freezing cold, on the deck of a cabin that was way up in the mountains, far removed from town. I screamed for my dad. The man disappeared into the darkness. My dad quickly came into the living room, turned on the porch lights. The man was just standing in the driveway, silently looking back at us. He claimed he was just looking for a drink of water. I've been hiking and backcountry camping solo since I was a teenager. I grew up in a small town in Washington and spent most weekends in the Cascades. Over the years, I've learned how to read terrain, track weather shifts, and how to stay safe. I've also learned that the woods will sometimes give you a feeling, a warning or a gut punch, whatever you want to call it, and you don't ignore it. Back in 2017, I decided to spend a long weekend solo camping in a lesser-traveled section of the Alpine Lakes wilderness. There's this semi-hidden trail up past the usual routes that leads to a beautiful glacial tarn if you know how to follow the game trails. I've done it once or twice before, once with a buddy and once alone. Always peaceful, always quiet. Never seen another soul up there. The hike in this time was normal. Cool air, distant bird song, not a single person on the trail once I broke away from the marked path. I made camp at the lake just before dusk. I pitched my tent near a large granite outcrop, and I settled in with some freeze-dried chili and a cheap paperback. That night was uneventful, though. I did notice how still it got. No wind, no frogs. Just that weird kind of silence that presses on for a little bit too long and something small breaks it, letting you know you're still on planet Earth. I slept okay, woke up around 6:30 a.m. with the plan to hike up toward a nearby ridge. Wasn't far, maybe 45 minutes up if you're steady. I left everything in place except for a day pack with water, jerky, and a map, one that I didn't think I'd need. But that is the last thing I remember clearly. Walking up the trail, the sound of my boots crunching over pine needles, the sun still low and the ridge just peeking into view. Then nothing. Not even blackness, just a hard out. The next thing I know, I'm standing back at the base of the ridge, just off the trail. I'm staring up into the trees, like I'd blinked and suddenly lost time. At first I figured I must have dozed off, maybe got a little turned around. But when I checked my watch, it was after 3 p.m. 7 hours had just passed. There were no bruises or scrapes like I'd fallen, but my water was nearly gone, and there were pine needles stuck inside the collar of my shirt like I'd been lying down somewhere. I hiked back to camp fast, packed my shit even faster. I didn't stay another night. I'd camped alone plenty of times, but that was the only time I'd ever felt like I was being followed on the way out. I never saw anything or heard anything, just that feeling like someone was a few steps behind me. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I thought I'd see something. I've gone back to a lot of places since then, but not there. I won't even say the name of the lake anymore. I don't know what happened during those 7 hours, and the more that time passes, the more I start to wonder, do I even want to know? The upper half of our restaurant is an absolute pain in the ass for seeing people out of the corner of your eye. Every time I'm up there, there'll be somebody walking past just the edge of your vision, or the oppressive sensation of someone standing directly in front of you while you're cleaning a table and suddenly vanishing when you look. As far as I'm aware, they've never done anything more than lurk. No one's ever heard voices or felt a physical touch, so we mostly just accept it as an irritation and get on with it. Multiple people have said that there's a brunette woman in a yellow dress and a man in tweed, the one who stands and waits awkwardly, as if he's waiting to be served. People say there's a little girl who runs around in the cellar. That's bullshit. I think it's made up to scare newbies. But the rest, it's true, at least according to some people. I was pregnant with my first child in 2001, right before my due date. I was obviously really pregnant. I went shopping at Walmart. I started to notice this woman on every aisle that I went. I would guess she was in her mid-30s. When I went to the baby section to look at clothes, she started asking me questions. At first they were common, like about the gender. Then the questions started getting strange. Was I married? Did we have a house or an apartment? She asked about my accent. I'm from Michigan and was stationed in Florida. She was curious if we had anyone in the area visiting for the birth. It was just kind of odd. I was young, 20, but I was married and my husband and I were both active duty, living off base in a rental house. I told her yes, we were excited and to have a good rest of her day. She then started actually following me, telling me her husband was outside the store and they could help me take my groceries to my house. And that's when I got really nervous. I told her I was fine, thanks, that my husband was home and could help me. She told me that they had a big truck and that she could buy me a large baby item. I politely declined, and she was so insistent, becoming aggressive. She then offered to buy my husband a grill since we didn't need any baby things. I was getting panicky at this point because I knew this lady was not right. I went to check out, so did she. She got out before me and I watched her race walk out of the store, and sure enough, her and her husband were pulled up alongside the curb at the front near the pop machines. They were in a beat-up old yellow box truck. Husband rolls down the window and says, "We'd be happy to help you with that." I again decline and went to my car. I loaded everything up and watched for a minute. They didn't move, just watched me. As soon as I pulled out, they did too. I hauled ass out of there. They were only behind me for a minute or two. I still drove around crying for about 30 minutes, just to make sure they were long gone before I had to pee and needed to go home. I'm now 44, and that was the first and one of just a few times that I've felt that level of fear in my life. I was really into hitchhiking in California many years ago. 99% of the drivers were super cool and I made great memories. And then about 1 in 100 drivers were creepy. Creepy as fuck. And just really weird. So many crazy stories. The craziest and creepiest was on a month-long hitchhiking trip up and down the 101. In the middle of the night, I got picked up by a van. Almost immediately when I entered the car, I got some yellow flags. Trash everywhere, a rancid stank, and the guy was morbidly and visually unclean. I tried to make a little small talk and introduced myself as usual, but he didn't respond. Just kept driving. Red flag number 1 was the first thing this dude said to me in a dead-ass serious tone. It was, "Haven't been a lot of murders this year, have there?" I nervously laughed and started thinking about an exit plan. Red flag number 2 was I realized the van doors had been locked and the locks had been cut off. They were the pop up and down door locks, and they were just chopped down, so I couldn't unlock the door. I started freaking out a little bit, and he was also driving really fast. I ended up faking like I was sick and about to throw up. I got him to pull over, but he didn't turn off the car or unlock the doors. I frantically climbed back into the back of the van and jimmied the trunk open. I then sprinted into the forest. Still gives me chills to think about that encounter to this day. 100% the creepiest encounter of my life. Dude had such an angry yet quiet energy about him. Unfortunately, I was far from home, so technically had to hitchhike back. After I ran into the woods, I was so freaked out because I thought that he might run after me. He didn't drive away, just stalled on the side of the highway. So I just kept running deeper into the redwoods, frantically trying to find a house. I ended up running into a property, finally, and there was a half-finished house and some dude smoking a cigar. He calmed me down and made me some soup, told me I could sleep under his partially finished house, which was funny since it was pretty much just a few boards and no roof. In the morning, I helped him nail a few planks, and then we headed back to the highway, still a little shook from the night. After that last trip, I never hitchhiked again. I came home and was like, yep, I'm good. Hitchhiking is fun to some degree, but there's always a percentage of serious danger. And these days, it's only grown bigger. This encounter was in early 2000s, so the dude might still be out there, cruising for hitchhikers. Looking back on it and really thinking about everything, it feels almost obvious I either ran into an actual serial killer or a wannabe one. I want to preface this by saying that I know this story is going to upset people, but since it's my story, I think we can all agree that it upsets no one more than me. So here goes. My mom had a rough childhood. A psychologist might suggest her hoarding of animals and things were to compensate for the attachment issues my grandparents ingrained into her character as a child. She exhibited unhealthy coping habits as an adult because her needs weren't met when she was young, and therefore she didn't possess the knowledge within her to be a tentative mother when it was her turn to raise me. She made childish decisions while being manically impulsive and explosive with her emotions, Adult tantrums louder than my kid voice could scream showed me that screaming doesn't fix things. I watched her do that with people at the store, people on the phone, and with me, unable to separate volume from valid points. This personality type often doesn't make a lot of friends, and the ones that she did have had issues of their own that made my mom look great in comparison, or enabled and ignored her behavior because they felt sorry for us. Never being shown real love through loyalty, my mom gravitated towards rescuing abused dogs and cats that she'd find on the streets or one of her friends' boyfriends needed to get rid of. And that's how we got William. He was a Rottweiler mix that was beaten and starved by the old owner. My naive mom didn't believe her boyfriend could be equally as cruel to her. When they broke up, she kept William. The guy actually just left William with us and never came back. I didn't like that dog. The hostile environment it was raised in made William naturally aggressive. We had a futon that he'd crawl under with my toys. The first time I'd gotten on my hands and knees to retrieve them, he waited under the futon while I got real low and stretched my arm in as far as I could. I had one of my toys in my hand when William attacked me. His teeth sunk into my forearm and almost broke it. His bites were so fast, it was a matter of seconds, but that was enough for William to get my arm real good. Enough that my mom reluctantly had to drive me to the hospital and get stitches. Before we got there, she told me to tell the doctors I was attacked by a neighborhood dog. From what my mom told me about William, he'd been beaten so bad, he had brain damage. It was a deeply saddening situation that my mom had rescued him from, but in her efforts, she'd brought a danger into our home, and I began to think that he was possessed more than brain damage. He wasn't a dumb dog. Most of the time, William was calm and timid, and then like that, he'd snap. His tail would freeze, and he'd start shaking his body like his fur was wet. The shake would last close to 20 seconds, and then William would freeze, start rolling his head in slow, full circles. Most noticeably, the fur would stand different on his body. I only saw him do the shake thing once, but I knew to stay away from William when I saw all the hair look prickly and stuff. The change was subtle, but the things he did in this altered state felt more deliberate. In the morning before school one morning, I was getting ready to leave for the bus. My backpack was missing from where I'd put it. I start rushing around the house looking for my backpack. When I enter my bedroom, the lights are off. I trip over something large laying right inside the doorway of my room. I faceplant and feel my backpack under me. Then William gets a hold of my left leg, starts tugging my leg like a chew rope. The pain is sharp. The receptors in my brain are instantly alarming my body with jolts of pain as William takes bite after bite of my leg. I try pulling away. I even tried slapping his head, but he wouldn't let go. William didn't growl or bark. He didn't snarl. His attack was intentional. Like noise was for intimidation, and he knew I was way beyond afraid of him. My bedroom window faced the street opposite of my front door. I can hear the school bus going from left to right, getting ready to turn down the road in front of my house. William also hears the bus, his ears tilted back, and he drops my leg from his mouth, walks away like nothing happened. The bites weren't hospital level. My jeans were torn and I was bleeding, but only in spots and not profusely. My mom also wasn't home that morning. I knew my only chance to get an adult to look at my injuries would be to get to my bus stop. Grabbing my backpack with me as I got up, it hurt to put a lot of weight on that leg. Somehow, though, I managed to get myself all the way out the door, locking it behind me into my bus, just as it was about to close its doors. The bus driver looked at my pants and then looked at me. It wasn't his job, nor did he have the proper medical equipment available on the bus. We both knew this, and without a word to each other, I took my seat and the bus continued picking up the rest of the children. Once I got to school, I went straight into the nurse's office. This wasn't the first time I'd been attacked by this neighborhood dog. I knew they were getting suspicious of how repetitive these injuries were. They asked if I had a dog at home. I was only allowed to talk about the 3 small dogs we had. Those dogs my mom took everywhere with her. The bite marks on my leg were far too big for dogs those size to inflict. I was never allowed to speak of the dysfunctions inside my home. The physical altercations I'd witnessed between my mom and her boyfriends, her alcoholism. I was brainwashed into having a mindset that it was us against the world. She's all I got, and I was all she had. I had no power over the situation I was in, and I coped the best I could with what I thought was normal. My clothes were dirty, and classmates would bully me about the way I smelled. I couldn't smell myself, so I didn't know what to do. This sad memory I'm mentioning specifically because on the day I decided to teach myself how to use the washer and dryer, I knew from commercials that there were things that you had to put into the washer to make your stuff smell good. We didn't have any of those things in our house. A single box of some generic detergent laid sideways on the closed lid of the washer. It was empty. That empty box smelled how I wished my clothes did. I set the box on the ground and replaced it with a handful of dirty clothes that I'd collected. Stuffing as much as I could into the top loader, I forced the lid back down and pressed start on the washer. Our laundry room was a little room that enters from a door in the kitchen. It felt like the temperature dropped when I turned to leave the laundry room area, and when I did, William was sitting on the other side of the kitchen, blocking the only way out into the rest of the house. His teeth are showing, like he's snarling, but the kitchen's completely quiet. To my right, the kitchen sink turns on full blast. The noise and spray of the mist against my shoulder shocks me. I flinch for a second, and in that blink, William, sitting in the same position, same scary face, is now sitting a few feet closer in the kitchen, off the dining room carpet now, and fully onto the linoleum. An almost crippling wave of anxiety fills my chest. Then, the faucet handle started flipping up and down, turning the water back and forth from on to off, and then back on again. The droplets landing on me were gradually becoming hotter until it felt how bacon grease did when I'd cook it in the pan. Steam had also started to slowly fill the kitchen where we stood. Its diameter was probably 5 by 12. It was narrow. The floor plan only comfortably allowed one person in there to move freely. I had to divert my attention from William over to the faucet, and when I grabbed the metallic curved handle, it was hot. There was a force moving the faucet handle, though. I felt it move when my palm first grasped it, before pulling. It almost slipped up from my hands. It gave me the terror sensation like a nest of spiders had hatched in between my fingers. But instead, it was something that I couldn't see, pushing and pulling the handle around. When my hand grabbed it, the pressure lightened and increased like it had bumped something and tried again. Then it stopped and I pulled down. It had to be fractions of a second that this all happened. Grab handle, gross feeling, push handle off. I stepped back from the sink and quickly looked down again to see that William had moved a few tiles closer. I'd memorized exactly where he was, and it was only 2 tiles closer at most, but I didn't know how. I didn't know why he was doing this to me. I was cornered with no way out. The house phone, it was behind William, at the end of the kitchen counter. We both stood in the kitchen having a staring contest. As the steam dissipated, it rapidly cooled down again, and the mist that was once burning my skin had turned into an extra layer of cold for me to contend with. William opened his mouth like he was going to yawn, but he didn't close back down. He sat completely still, with his mouth wide open. Warm tears quickly added to the uncomfortable chill I was experiencing, William was easily my size or larger. He definitely outweighed me and outstrengthened me. The light switch to the kitchen is just outside the kitchen on the wall that is shared with the dining room. It makes a snap noise when you move the single panel switch. When the light starts flickering above, I can hear the snapping sound, just like the faucet. It starts turning on and off and on, and the next time that it turned off, the snapping sound stopped and the light stayed off. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life. It was like I was watching what I was seeing from the backseat of a car. I couldn't move. I could only witness what was happening around me like a movie. I was fear-stricken, but a low sound, quiet even in the silence, was able to pull me back into my body and away from the helpless fog. I heard William growl for the first time. It was a deep rumble that was broken up almost like caveman grunts. I screamed and hopped backwards onto the washer. I turned on the small light that only illuminated the laundry room. Anything past that line was completely dark. Along with the stuttered grunts, I could hear the nails on William's paws click on the linoleum. The sound grows until they're just outside the light. I could barely see him with the limited light that reflected off his chest fur, his muzzle that was now shut, and his eyes. There was something wrong with his eyes. There was no doubt in my mind that he could easily reach me from the top of the washer. At any moment, he was capable of dragging me off of the washer and mauling me to death in the kitchen. I honestly believed that that's how I was going to go that night. In my adolescent mind, I thought William was going to eat my whole body, and my mom was going to think I ran away. In a last-ditch effort, I grabbed the empty box of detergent lying beside me, and I hold it in front of my face like a flimsy shield. William stands on his hind legs and puts his front paws onto where I'm laying. He stood above me with the cardboard being the only thing between us. While his drool landed on the box, an odor filled my nose that was unworldly. William smelled like sulfur. It was pungent. My arms held that flimsy box in front of me, while the rest of my body curled up like a shrimp, trying to get as small as possible. Then, he started his vibrating, patterned growls. When they stopped, there wasn't enough will in my body not to stay exactly how I was. My arms were going numb, and my defense slowly lowered until I could see that William wasn't there anymore. The kitchen lights had turned back on, and my mom standing there, startled to see me on the washer. Both of us notice at the same time that all of the cupboards in the kitchen have been opened and the drawers pulled out. The sight of all of this opens up a pit in my stomach, like a free fall into paranoia and dread. She scolds me, believing that I had done it, telling me I was going to bend the metal lid of the washer and the landlord was going to kick us out. Trying to tell her about William was only met with transferring the blame to me. I needed to stop messing with that dog. He was abused. I should take him for more walks after school. Now get off the fucking washer and close all this shit up. By then, my clothes were done. I threw them into the dryer afterwards with no idea what setting to turn the dial to. Any setting I would have chosen probably couldn't have dried my shirts and jeans with just one cycle. I found that out when I woke up in the morning. Not only did they not smell like the box I held in front of my face all night, they smelled mildewy. They were damp, and I was cold that day. The night's previous efforts were for nothing, less because my clothes were wet. I went to school that day filled with hate, and I took it out on the first bitch that asked for it. Standing in line waiting to enter my student number, I hear the group behind me snickering. I turn around. I found the girl laughing the loudest. I'd never been in a fight before that moment, but standing in the cafeteria that day, I consciously chose violence. It was clear the other girls hadn't been in a fight either. My punch wasn't lethal. It barely grazed her cheek. but it was enough to give her a little bruise. And I guess more importantly, instead of fighting me back, the girl's eyes just filled with tears. She and her group of friends immediately told on me to the lunchroom teachers, and I was sent to the principal's office, resulting in a 3-day suspension. My mom was furious. Her denial of the environment we lived in was fueled by projections of her qualities as a mom. When we got home, she told me that my new job at home will be to take William out for more walks. She only remembered her side of the conversation. I was forced to walk William. My mom was at home when I was at school, and she made sure that we got out of her hair while she got ready for work that afternoon. The house we lived in was part of an affordable housing program offered by a nonprofit. Our neighbors were degenerates and bums. The park down the street from my house would usually be a no-go by myself, as the south end was typically filled with a homeless community. If a bike went missing in our neighborhood, guarantee you would have found it at the park, next to someone's tent. But no one was ever brave enough to go get theirs back. It was rare that I took William for a walk, and though his incidents rarely happened outside, there were a few notable ones that are worth mentioning. The last one nearly took my life. My mom had unknowingly once grabbed William by his collar and yanked him outside really quick, saying that she thought he was going to throw up on the carpet. She must have seen him do the shaking out of our back window. His hair was straight as needles, and I watched William return to the back door. He had a squirrel, and he drowned it in his water bowl. His eyes pitch black. It was sadistic. He kept the squirrel gently but firmly compressed between his teeth until it was dead. Then he lifted its body out of the water and tossed it to the doormat. I was disgusted. Later, I got a shoebox and buried the squirrel in our flower bed. And then there's the last time that William would do something like this. I took him to the park under the secret hopes that one of those bums did approach me just to see if William would attack them. I thought, if one of these creeps does walk up to me, they deserve it, because no adult should be approaching a child like that. None of them did, though. Everyone who saw us stayed away from William. We walked right through the south exit gates of the park without any interactions. On the other side of the park's gate, there is a 10-yard stretch consisting of a large grass patch and a sidewalk before reaching a busy highway. I tried to stay closest to the park's fence on the grassy area, planning to walk the border around towards home. Up to this point, the walk had been completely uneventful, and I'm almost able to enjoy an afternoon sun, one that I'd normally be stuck inside a classroom for. A sudden explosion of energy takes my feet off the ground, and the next thing I know, I'm being dragged towards the busy highway. The leash squeezes my ribs, making it hard to breathe. I'm being pulled so hard that the dirt gets in my mouth every time I try to open it to gasp for air. William is pulling the leash too tightly for me to unloop it. His paws dig into the ground as he uses all of his might to drag us closer to the speeding cars. 2 lanes heading east, 2 lanes heading west. The cars in the lane closest to us can see me being dragged in their direction, and they start honking, trying to switch lanes or pull over. Naturally, the lane closest to the sidewalk begins to slow down, just as William drags us from the grass to the sidewalk and onto the road. The cars in the next lane can't see us. As William clears the first lane of stopped cars, a woman driving a Ford Explorer is rushing to work. She's drinking a cup of hot coffee and glances down to find the cup holder inside her car. The light ahead is green, and there's no way that it was her fault. But in the time it takes for her to find the cup holder and set her coffee into it, William leaps into her lane, dragging me with him. Just as the car hurtles towards us, I feel a sharp tug at my waist. The leash snaps. My body flies sideways, slamming hard onto the sidewalk. I gasp as air fills my lungs for the first time in what feels like minutes. Through blurry eyes, I see William darting across the lanes of speeding traffic. Cars honk and swerve, but William avoids every near miss. He disappeared into the distance, running full tilt until he's out of sight. He never returned. I was laying there shaking, covered in dirt, too stunned to move. A driver who stopped to get out of his car rushes over to me. What happens next I can only remember in bits and pieces. I know the man lifts me by my underarms and carries me further down the sidewalk, setting me on a bus stop bench. An ambulance arrives, causing a traffic jam, and paramedics ask me questions, most of which I can't even answer. Someone retrieves the snapped leash still wrapped around my hips and carefully untangles it. When it catches on the ambulance door, they cut it off of me. I'm not physically injured, but I'm mentally shattered. I cried the entire ambulance ride to the hospital. Instead of going to the ER, they cleaned me up and take me to another part of the building, where I sit in an office filled with a few children's toys. A woman sits across from me, asks me questions. Her voice is soft and kind. I answer honestly. And for the first time, an adult shows interest in what's happening at my house. I feel a guilty weight lift as I realize I can finally tell someone about William and my home life. I wait in the woman's office for what feels like hours. Then I'm surprised when I see my uncle pick me up. When I climb into his truck, my backpack is sitting on the seat, along with a gym bag filled with my clothes. My uncle tells me that I'll be living with him and my aunt for a while, until Mom can get the house cleaned up a bit. He explains it kindly to a child. At their house, they wash my clothes. I sleep on a big couch in the living room. When it becomes clear that my stay is more permanent, my uncle moves his office to the garage and gives me that room as my new bedroom. I've had years of counseling to close the chapters of my childhood, and I'm grateful for the strength and character it's instilled in me. My mom, however, was never able to get a handle on her hoarding or her drinking, and when I was 19, my uncle received a call that authorities had found her deceased in her home after neighbors complained about a smell. When I was a kid, maybe 5 or 6, I used to talk to someone in my closet. Not like an imaginary friend. At least, that's not what it felt like. I never gave him a name, and he never came out during the day. He would just talk to me at night. Always just a soft whisper from behind the closed door. Nothing scary, really. Just little things like, "It's okay," or "Don't be afraid." I remember asking him once why he stayed in there. He said, "Because I can't leave." Eventually we moved, and I didn't think about it again for years. Fast forward to last Thanksgiving, I was visiting my parents and going through some old boxes in the attic. I find this big envelope filled with papers, a small photo album from our old house. Inside was an old newspaper clipping. A boy, age 7, had died in the home before we'd bought it. He was found in the closet, hiding. I didn't say anything to my parents, just quietly slipped the photo back into the box. I've told this story before somewhere, so if you've heard it, sorry, but once I was staying at this lodge with my family. It was pretty rustic. Our rooms didn't have TVs or anything. There were all types of activities that you could do on the grounds of the lodge. Its main attraction was this giant lake where they had part of it sectioned off to swim in, and then another part that you could kayak in. Or if you wanted, you could take a canoe out into the main lake. You could rent bikes, hike the trails. They had kids' activities going throughout the days. Hopefully, you get the idea. Well, one of the activities was this rope obstacle course contraption, a huge vertical climbing gym with ropes and logs and platforms. So my stepmom, my dad, and my 2 younger brothers and myself all climbed up this thing and then went back down. We had the whole course and area to ourselves, since it was unusually cold that day. So once our session was over, the 2 employees left, and we opted to stay behind and hike back to the lodge on our own. It was about a 2-mile hike. My stepmom, myself, we start to explore the area and find a gravel road with a trail next to it. We start walking the trail, which seems to be going the opposite direction from the lodge. About 15 minutes, we hear a car coming. It's a small sports convertible. It zooms around this curve, and as it does, the driver throws a manila file full of papers out of the car. The papers go flying everywhere, and the car's gone. The papers were doctor's notes, charts, reports, history, about one person. They were all pretty disturbing, trying to diagnose this patient. There were handwritten notes on outbursts this patient had, medicine that they were on, their family, and there were tons of these papers scattered everywhere. Some handwritten, some typed, others looked like graphs or charts. We spent a few hours looking at these notes. I'm sure my stepmom could go into more detail on the papers. I was still too young to realize how strange the whole thing was. We also found a really cheap brown wig further up the trail, and a suitcase with even more documents. All on just one person. We ended up leaving everything there and calling the non-emergency number and explaining the whole thing. I don't know if anything ever came of it. I don't know if there was any mental hospital close by. I do remember that it was a Sunday around 3 p.m. One night, when I was about 15, I was babysitting for my friend who had gone out to the bar. I babysat for her all the time. My friend and her friend came home, my friend with her boyfriend, and her friend with some man that she'd met at the bar. My friend would usually have her boyfriend run me home as I only lived a block away, but that night he'd been drinking, so the other guy said that he would run me home. My friend absolutely refused and was adamant about it. Even though she was drinking herself, she insisted on taking me home, and she did so. Later that night, the guy whom my friend's friend had brought home left my friend's house, went to 2 of my classmates' residence, and murdered them both. He was a Marine stationed in my town, and now sits in prison for his crimes. I asked my friend why she so adamantly refused to allow him to drive me home. She said it was just a gut instinct. I firmly believe her gut instinct saved my life. If he'd have been allowed to take me home, I know that I would have been the one cut up and murdered that night. My stepdad told me this story about accidentally smoking someone's ashes when he was in high school. He told me for about a week he would have fucked up visions of an old man who'd stand at the end of his bed glaring down at him. The friend he smoked the ashes with had the exact same scary visions too, of the scary old man in his room, but the friend recognized the haunting figure as his grandfather. It was his remains that they had smoked, and it didn't seem like he appreciated it at all, because my dad and my dad's friend shared equally hellish weeks in their own way that they attributed to the haunting. The home my dad was living in became infested with little tiny gnat bugs. His buddy's house smelled like death. He couldn't leave the house without his clothes absolutely reeking of it. His gym clothes smelled better, so he'd change in the locker room right when he'd get to school. My dad, on the other hand, had to twirl around and shake it out of his hair every time he left the house, just to get the tiny bugs off. And even after all his efforts, they still managed to get into his car, and they'd fly around as he drove. Simultaneously, my dad's skin became incredibly itchy. He developed rashes all over his body. He didn't stop scratching them, and he still has scars from the damage that he inflicted on himself. While he's scratching his skin off, his friend started losing clumps of his hair. He had long, shaggy, blonde surfer guy hair, and by the end of the week, it looked like he'd gone through chemotherapy. It eventually grew back, but it took years to get it to where it was. It wasn't until the next weekend when they could get together again, trade stories, and agree to go apologize to the urn. All of this was his friend's fault. The nasty bastard stashed his bag of weed in his grandpa's urn, trying to hide it. The baggie was opened. The weed had fallen into the ashes. Weed was hard to come by back then, so not wanting to waste a single nug, he fingered through the ashes and picked out the nugs. Without even blowing on them, he tossed them into a Ziploc. The nugs were caked in ashes, but it looked all the same, grinded up, stuffed in a doobie. His friend didn't bother telling him what had happened until after their horrendous week had ended and they could hang out again. I don't know. I think it's all pretty nasty, and I would never talk to this dude again. But that bonkersness somehow didn't affect their friendship. They're friends to this day. Like, I even know this guy. His name's Cooper. I didn't know this story about him, and I might start looking at him differently after this, but all around, he's a decent guy. A few weeks ago, I wrote about an experience I had while teaching music at a school that I was working at. A child in one of my classes had seen someone walking into the music room, whom I did not see, and later, I saw a child, which I later realized was a ghost standing by the light switch. I have been to this school several times and wanted to do an update. The first time I went back since I saw the apparition, I was really nervous, and I had to relax because I knew that my imagination could start playing tricks on me. Once I got there, I was a lot more relaxed, and I just went with the flow of the day. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at first, although I was walking down the hallway, I felt someone touch me in the middle of my back. It almost felt like a light, slight push. I thought it was a student, so I turned around, but no one was there. That was the only thing that happened. The next time I went, I once again was worried about what would happen, but to my surprise, nothing occurred whatsoever, and I was actually able to just teach and enjoy the day with the students. Today I went back to this school, and to tell you the truth, I didn't think about ghosts at all. I have really been enjoying the students and staff, and it's become one of my favorite schools to teach at. Also, today we got hit with a really nasty snowstorm, so I was more worried about the roads being slick. Anyway, I got there with no problems, and during lunchtime I was enjoying a potato bar that was set up for the teachers. I was also talking with one of my staff about all the snow that we were getting and if the roads would be slick later on. As I was leaving the staff room and heading to the classroom, I thought to myself, I wish I could just teach here full time. And I swear, out of nowhere, I heard a child's voice as clear as day saying, "We don't have any full-time jobs here at the moment. Sorry." I turned around. The only person I saw was a little girl. She was looking straight up at me and then ran quickly into the bathroom. I don't know if she's the one who said it, but still, how did she read my mind? I'm not 100% sure if she was a real student or another apparition. She ran into the bathroom really fast as I made eye contact. Can ghosts read minds? Later, I was in the library talking to the librarian while kids were at recess. There were a few kids there checking out books, and then they headed back to go outside. As the librarian was showing me a project she was doing with the second graders, Christmas cards for soldiers serving in Iraq, I saw a little girl peeking out in between the computers. I just assumed that it was a kid who was still checking out books and had gotten on the computer card catalog. But when I looked again, no one was there. The only people in the library were me, the librarian, and her assistant. They were admiring the cards the second graders had made, so didn't see what I saw. I even said, "Where did the little girl go?" And the librarian answered, "The kids are all out at recess." The computers are in the middle of the library, so There's no way a child could have ran out the door without me seeing her. By the way, the library and the music room are on opposite sides of the building. The place where I felt the hand on my back and heard the voice in the hallway is nearest the library. Nothing else happened the rest of the day, and I didn't linger long after school because of the snowstorm. Anyway, I will be back at this school next week. It's on my regular route now, so I'll see if anything happens again. It is funny that one day where I completely didn't worry or even think about seeing ghosts is the day when I see them. Odd. The date is 1970-something. I'm about 12 years old, sitting in the pitch dark on the side of a mountain. It's about 30 minutes till sunrise, and I'm deer hunting before school. I've hiked in by flashlight to be at my stand as the deer return from the fields at daybreak. It's dead still. No wind. Nothing except that ringing people's ears make when there's nothing to drown it out. Now that my light is off, I can't see my hand in front of my face. Time passes and things start to stir. I start hearing things moving in the leaves. I play a game in my head to keep busy as I wait. I listen to the pattern that the animals make, and I try to identify which animal is making it. I hear this shh, shh, shh noise, and in my head pops this image of a squirrel bouncing across the ground. Next, I hear the steady cadence of a rabbit hopping in the leaves. I still can't see a thing. This makes the images I imagine all the more vivid. I can make out the random noise of birds in the limbs stirring for the coming day. And then, just at the edge of perception, I hear a shuffling sound in the leaves. It slowly gets louder. I know that noise. It is another person making their way in the pitch dark through the woods towards me. They have no idea I'm there. I could stay quiet and flip on my light at the last moment when they're right on top of me. That might be fun. I would scare them, but is this wise or cruel? So I'm debating this as the shuffle of the leaves gets louder and louder. They must be just a few feet away from me. I'm thinking how stupid they are to have come into the woods without a flashlight. And then I hear it. This guy is grunting like a pig. And the leaf noise is from him rooting around with his snout. I can see him clearly in my head, right in front of me in the pitch dark. It's a damn pig? Wait, bears grunt like that. And yes, at this distance I can hear the claws scraping a rock as he forages, and he's still coming, just a few feet in front of me now. Do I flip on my light? Do I yell and try to scare him? Do I give him a little whistle? But I do nothing, frozen in fear from the image of me flipping on my light to see this angry big bear head right in front of my face. It takes what felt like forever before I was sure the sounds were now to the left and receding, and I could see first light. I was going to live. As the morning broke, I could see clearly the path that the bear had made in the leaves. There was a path straight towards me. Then, maybe 3 feet from me, he'd stopped, sniffed me out, and made an obvious detour around my stand. 10 feet behind me, he was already back on his previous path. Yes, that morning, so many years ago, I came close to pissing my pants. I could feel my heart pounding and hear the blood racing through my veins. I was alive and felt great. I'm sure everyone says this, but I want to preface my story by saying that I try to be as rational and as logical as I can be in everything that I do. I wouldn't attribute something to the paranormal if I thought there would be a rational explanation. That being said, I've always had a fascination with the paranormal. Here are some of my, what I believe to be, paranormal experiences. The first was when I was about 10 years old. My family and I went to stay with my dad's sister and her family for Easter. Before my aunt and uncle split up, they lived in a very large, very old, almost mansion-like house. I loved this house, even though it often made me feel uneasy. One night when my extended family were in the kitchen playing board games, I opted to stay in the living room and watch TV. My family are all quite a bit older than me, and I often got bored sitting around with all the adults. I was channel hopping and generally zoning out when a noise startled me. The handle to the living room door was rattling. I quickly turned and the rattling stopped. I went to the door and opened it, expecting to see one of my brothers tearing down the corridor to the kitchen, but there was nobody there. The corridor was dark, lit only by the light that leaked out from around the kitchen door. I returned to the couch, a little perturbed but otherwise okay. A few minutes later, the rattling started again, this time more urgently. I quickly got up and sprinted to the door. For a moment, the rattling stopped. Then, to my horror, the handle began to turn, slowly but surely. I don't know how I found the courage to do so, but I ripped open the door while the handle was still turning, ready to scream at whoever was teasing me. The corridor was empty. I've considered several explanations, from the wind to a mini earthquake, but nothing explains how the handle started turning, as if someone was on the other side. My next experience, it took place in my family's home. I was about 15 and going through a phase of staying up late every night. Before my dad died, he ran several brass bands in the local area and often came home late at night. He'd always wind down with some TV before going to bed, but he'd always forget to put the headphones in. This night was no different. I was sitting reading on my bed, and I started to hear the muffled sound of the TV beneath my feet. I don't know if I was in a bad mood or something, but it made me really mad that night. I threw my book down, stormed down the stairs, flung open the living room door, and pitch black. The room was pitch black and dead silent. My heart started pounding. Had I imagined it? But I hadn't. As I shut the door and started to walk back up the stairs, the sound started up again. It sounded like a conversation, but no matter how hard I strained to hear what was being said, the voices remained distorted. I didn't sleep a wink that night. This last experience, it also occurred in my house. I was about 17 and settling in for bed at about 3 a.m. I was lying in bed, about to sleep, when I realized I needed to go to the bathroom. Absolute pain, but I dragged myself up nonetheless. As I go to open my door, I'm hit by a sudden sense of dread. Something's telling me not to go out into the landing. As I try to steady my breathing, I hear something outside my door. A slow, steady step going up the stairs. The stairs in my house are ridiculously creaky, and it's impossible to go up them without making a sound. I was also the only one in the house that night, so to hear the footsteps coming up the stairs was utterly terrifying. I shouted to whatever was outside, hoping to scare it off. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and it took me several minutes to muster up the courage to open the door. The landing was empty. I quickly went from room to room, looking for any evidence of someone having been in the house, but everything was undisturbed, and the windows were all shut. I didn't sleep a wink that night either. So, there you have it. Some very spooky, unexplained incidents that may or may not be paranormal. There's a skate park 3 blocks away from my apartment, but there's always a bunch of kids hanging around during the day, so I prefer going at night. It's absolutely terrifying how careless children can be with their own bodies. You'd think a broken bone would be enough to slow them down, but it only seemed to encourage this bunch. Well, maybe what happened to that Andreas kid will finally scare some sense into them. But I won't be around to find out, one way or another. The boy was only 12. He was trying to do his first flip and landed directly on his head. They're not supposed to be allowed to skate without a helmet, but you know how kids are. Last night, the family chose to end life support assistance, and he passed away shortly after. I went by the park earlier this evening, and it was already empty, so I stopped to make a few runs. I was in the middle of the straightway when I heard someone else coming up on me, fast, really fast. It sounded like they were about to run me over. I panicked and jumped off my board. It was a less than graceful maneuver that ended me flat on my ass, but when I turned to curse the idiot riding my tail, the night fell silent. No one was there. I stayed down for several minutes, scanning the area, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Eventually, I wrote it off as being on edge, got back on my board, skated for roughly 10 more minutes, just long enough to completely drop my guard before it happened again. I was in the middle of turning around when I heard someone barreling towards me, and this time, I caught a glimpse of a small form as I lost balance and fell over. It looked like a young boy. Luckily, I was wearing a helmet, so the impact only left me a little shaken. But once again, no one was there, and all was silent. I don't know what to make of all this, but I wasn't sticking around to see what happened next. I only looked back when I was halfway to the next block. A lone shadow figure stood, unmoving, just outside the light of the street lamp, and the item held at their side was clearly a skateboard. I guess that could have been any kid standing there, but it couldn't have been just any kid that almost ran me down twice. There was absolutely nowhere for them to go. At the very least, I would have heard them riding away. I didn't know what else to do, so I came here. I feel a little better just sharing the story in general. Thanks for reading. Update. Hey again. It's been 3 days since I posted this story. I wanted to let you all know that I'm not the only one who's had an experience at the park. There's a convenience store down the street that all of the skaters use. I ran into one of the older kids this evening. He noticed me on the way out. I could tell he was trying to work up the nerve to talk to me. I wanted to know if he saw anything strange, just as badly, so I brought it up first. His look of relief was unmistakable. He quickly launched into his own story. He too had been knocked over by an invisible skater, but he also claimed to have heard someone crying when he first arrived. He said it was the loud, anguished cry of someone seriously injured. He tried to locate the source for several minutes before the sobs fell silent. There was no trace of anyone else in the park. It's been pretty slow over there since the accident. The guy was clearly shaken up. I'm not ashamed to admit that his story completely changed my plans. I'd half convinced myself that my own experience was pure imagination, paranoia. But then this kid comes along, with not only the same story, but an even worse one. Well, no thank you. I've seen enough to last a lifetime, and there's plenty of other parks in the city. I do marine salvage operations in the Pacific. Until recently, I never imagined doing anything else. Now I'm looking into any career that keeps me away from the ocean. I don't even like going to the beach anymore. A couple of months ago, we were contacted by a well-known company that wouldn't like being named, but you've definitely heard of them. In 2014, they lost contact with a ship that was only 8 days into its route, and it was never heard from again. Search and rescue teams made every effort to locate the missing vessel, but ultimately they had to accept the loss. This left a lot of families without closure and cost the company millions. But that was the end of it, until this year when the wreckage was discovered by chance. Once it was identified, we were hired. In this case, so much time had passed that any human remains would be long gone, and the cargo would be useless. This was mostly about closure and publicity. These companies hire people like us with the hope that we'll find something to exonerate them, though, if they are to blame, they simply won't share the report. We spent the first day doing recon, hoping to see an obvious reason for why the ship sank, but we couldn't find anything wrong with her, except for the obvious damage caused by being submerged. But if they were attacked or taken by a sudden storm, there would be recognizable signs. On day 2, we entered the wreckage in search of the voyage data recorder, which is just a ship's version of the little black box. We found it exactly where it was supposed to be, and our techs were able to recover the data for the vessel's last 48 hours afloat. I've spent most of my life at sea. I've experienced things that will haunt me for the rest of my life, but this is the one that convinced me to retire. The box records all of the ship's instrument readings, along with audio recordings from the bridge. For whatever reason a ship might sink, there will be certain indicators from the instrument readings alone, but not this time. Everything was operating perfectly up until the ship's final seconds. The only abnormal findings came from the bridge recordings. They began with the captain asking a crewman if he was able to find the child. It didn't make any sense. No children were listed on the manifest, and they generally aren't found on cargo ships. After listening to the whole thing, we were even more confused, but we pieced it together as best we could. Needless to say, you won't be hearing about this in the news. The company decided to keep this information private. From what we can tell, a young girl, roughly 10 years old, was on board, but no one knew how she got there. They assumed she was a homeless stowaway due to her torn clothes and dirty appearance. But you could tell they didn't believe it. They sounded afraid of her. One crewman reported following a rotten smell to the cargo hold, where he heard a child crying. Thinking she didn't hear him, he tried to approach quietly in an attempt to corner her between containers. Only, when he got to the end of the row, nobody was there, and the crying stopped instantly. The only thing left where the child should have been was a small pot of black tar-like substance that was identified as the source of this rotten smell. There was also talk of a bad luck streak that coincided with the girl's appearance when the captain received news of another accident. One of the cooks severed the top of their finger at the knuckle while chopping veggies, swore that somebody had grabbed his hand. I expected this claim to be met with skepticism, but instead it was compared to a crewman who broke his ankle while descending a ladder. He'd felt someone grab the back of his shirt and pull hard, causing him to fall backwards. His foot became trapped between the rungs. The problem with his story is that nobody else was around, and there was nowhere to hide in the small corridor. The ship's final day began with reports of another sighting. This time, the girl was seen roaming the corridors to the sleeping quarters. They reported dark, muddy water was pouring from her eyes and mouth like a faucet. But when additional men were sent back to investigate, everything was completely dry. The captain called for yet another full search of the ship. Every nook was methodically searched, but there was no evidence of the girl. It was like she snuck on board with nothing but the clothes on her back. Just hours later, a crewman reported that the cargo hold was ankle-deep underwater, but there were no signs of a hull breach. They weren't transporting any liquids. All of the instruments appeared to be operating perfectly. The crew was stumped. The water was rising quickly. Eventually, the captain was forced to give the orders to abandon ship. They had enough space in the lifeboats to carry double their numbers, and they had more than enough time to safely escape. But the lifeboats were gone. They'd been there the previous day, but in the morning's panic, no one realized they were missing until it was too late. They couldn't even call for help. Every attempt to use the radio was met with nothing but static. Ultimately, the crew waited on deck until the last second, when they were forced to take their chances in the open water. All except for the captain, who chose to go down with his ship. I think he fully understood how hopeless their chances were and preferred a quicker end. There's no telling how long the others survived or how much they suffered. The captain spoke once more before falling silent forever. In his final moments, he spoke of seeing the girl. She came to thank him for staying with her. She'd been lonely for a very long time, but they became friends. Any skeptics who hear that recording will probably blame a dying man's hallucinations, including me. That's because it's much better than the truth. It's better to tell yourself that and forget this whole story than to admit the soft voice of a child can be heard in the background. It's faint, but if you turn the volume up to max, it's there. I've got a little admission of guilt, and in probably 15 years, someone will write a story about this and say, of course the adults didn't believe me. I get it now. I'm 30, no kids of my own, but I teach kindergarten and have a bachelor's in early childhood education. Currently, I've been a long-term substitute for a classroom in the inner city. Since March, I've been taking the train down to the smallest, shittiest brick structure I've ever walked in. There's a genuine stress in the back of my mind every day that the ceiling will collapse while I'm teaching. There's 2 weeks until summer, and I cannot wait to be out of there. But I digress. Last Friday was show and tell day. All the students brought something from home to participate. In the morning, I'm standing just inside the main doors of the school, greeting the children as they enter. One student, we'll call Tim, was walking into the school. In his hands was a big, beautiful rosary. Hundreds of blue prayer beads decorating the cord. The moment Tim steps foot through the doorway, I see his rosary get yanked out of his grip. The pole snaps the knotted ropes and makes Tim stumble off balance, falling to the ground as the cross and all of the prayer beads bounce and scatter across the cracked hardwood floor. A couple just feet in front of him, Tim instantly starts crying. I hustle to help him up and dust him off, but he's inconsolable, shrieking in pain and terror. A few seconds later, his mom runs in and sweeps him up. She'd seen him fall from the parking lot, but obviously didn't see what I saw. It scared the absolute shit out of me. But when Tim's mom asks what happened, I look at Tim, back at her. I say, I don't know, Paula. I think he tripped over the doorframe. Tim screams about a rain cloud man grabbing Abuela's cross. Paula looks confused and kinda chuckles about his claim. I match her response, but inside I'm squirming. I saw that rosary get pulled out of his hands. I didn't see by what, but I definitely witnessed something I couldn't explain, and so I didn't. I told Tim, it's a sunny day outside. Keeping my stone-faced smile, I reassured Paula the rosary must have gotten caught on the metal doorframe when he entered. She was heartbroken about the rosary. It belonged to her mother. Tim wouldn't settle down. Paula was already fighting to hold back tears, so she just took him home that day. By first recess, the janitor had already cleaned the beads and the cross from the entry hallway. If I could have responded the way I originally wanted, I would have right then and there, next to Tim, been crying. But I couldn't. I had to be the adult. That wasn't the last occurrence where I had to keep a strong upper lip or roll my eyes when a student approached me, telling me they didn't like it when the people stand outside the classroom windows. They look in, make scary, twisting faces at them through the glass. I can't see them, but once on a rainy indoor recess, Two different children playing in different areas of the classroom. They walked up to me at separate times, describing a smoky figure hanging upside down outside the window. When I first started working here, my classroom phone would randomly ring. The caller ID would have my classroom's extension displayed. When I'd pick up the phone off the receiver, the line would be filled with static. Closed curtains have slid open while we've been reading a story during circle time. Every time I do my best not to react. I smile, try to think of an excuse for the children so they don't get scared. But this is getting to be too much. Again, the only reason I'm sticking this out is because we have 2 weeks left. I can survive 2 weeks. I've survived 4 months. I can do this. If I'd have been hired full-time here, I'd be quitting and looking for a new job this summer. Thankfully, I'll be teaching summer school at a much newer school on the other side of town. Longer train ride, but well worth it. The principal here asked me if I wanted to do summer school here, and I was like, no fucking way. I didn't say that, but I thought it. In actuality, my response was a bit more polite. When I was 6 or 7, whatever age you are in first grade, my mom married my stepdad, Abel, and their honeymoon was a 3-day vacation in Hawaii. My Uncle Pat and Aunt Marcy lived in a houseboat on Shasta Lake. They said that they would watch over me while they were gone. Thursday night, I'd be dropped off at the marina after school. Uncle Pat came out and helped me with my bags, wished my mom and Abel safe travels. Pat walked beside me with my backpack as I rolled my suitcase down a quiet dock. I remember the racket of its wheels against the metal grates. It was even louder than the distant waves. Feeling like I'd be bothering all of my uncle's neighbors, I picked up my suitcase and carried it the rest of the way. My uncle's boat was at the end of the dock. I began to notice that his boat was one of 3 or 4 sitting in the marina, all spread apart on their own corners. My uncle's boat was a large brown one with blue on the hull. From the deck, I walked down a small set of stairs to their living room. It was set up like a normal living room of a small apartment. Kitchen next to the couch, across from the TV, and a dwarf dining table near the front of the door. Past the living room was another door. It led to my uncle's bedroom. My bedroom was the couch of the living room I just described. Thursday into Friday was eventless. We had dinner, and then I fell asleep watching a VHS of Jurassic Park on their little TV. The next day, my uncle picked me up from school and told me that Marcy came down with bronchitis, and that I should try to play on the deck most of the afternoon. So when we got back, I brought all of my Barbies and their accessories above deck, and I played with them up there. I'm sitting on the foam cushioned seats, playing with my dolls, fully enveloped in a storyline I've made up for them, when I hear the sound of running approaching from down the dock. A fog had rolled through that afternoon, so much of the dock that we were tied to was barely visible. Looking straight down, I couldn't see anything. I heard the running stop near the boat, but the person never came into view through the fog. The sound of running feet was unmistakable, so I leaned over the deck railing a little further and said, "Hello?" Still leaned out. I listened for anyone to call back, or steps retreating, but the eerie quietness remained, undisturbed. When turning my attention back to my Barbies, I couldn't help but notice that they lay in different positions now. The one I'd just sat down in front of my knees was now laying next to the other doll, across from me. I kept playing, but wasn't sure what had just happened. Later that night at dinner, Aunt Marcy stayed in the room with the door shut while Pat and I sat at the table and ate. I asked Uncle Pat if any other kids lived out here. He said no. That night, I think I was falling asleep to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The fuse pops and the TV shuts down, and the thick glass screen turns black. I stare at myself through its dark reflection. Then a second figure appears in the reflection. It's standing behind the couch I'm laying on. There's a tabletop light on next to me, so the image I'm looking at is in vivid contrast. The scare literally jolts my body from the couch to the floor. I turn to look, but nothing was behind the couch, nothing outside the window. But the figure is still visible in the reflection of the TV. I'm rapidly looking back and forth from the TV to the couch, but I couldn't see anything that would make the strange reflection I'm seeing. I stare back into the black TV screen. My eyes are fixed on this black mass standing behind the couch. Then it ducks back down, disappearing from the reflection I'm staring at. And I absolutely lose it. I scream. My uncle comes running out. I tell him what just happened, and he only addresses the fuse part, asking if I smell any smoke or anything. I said no, I only heard the pop, and then the TV went black. That's when Uncle Pat walks around a little confused, wondering why none of the other electronics turned off. He picks up the remote from the armrest of the couch. He presses the power button. The TV lights up again, still playing Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The VHS never stopped. Pat's theory is that I accidentally bumped the remote and turned the TV off. I didn't protest his theory. Pat went back to bed, and I restarted the movie from the beginning, tried to fall asleep before the credits. I must have been successful because morning did indeed come. This would be my last day on the boat, really. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty ready for it to all be over. I did my best the next day to convince my uncle to spend time off the boat. It felt good to have distractions for a solid few hours. I kept the experience out of my mind long enough to enjoy some fair food, a couple of rides. Naturally, as the day started to come to a close, I grew more uneasy about falling asleep on the boathouse again. Lucky for me, my uncle stayed up most of that night, drinking, playing guitar. I didn't have time to get scared because he was playing music and trying to tell me stories I didn't really understand, quite frankly, which made falling asleep rather easy. As I got older, I kind of decided that I encountered a spirit, possibly a child. I didn't feel like it was trying to scare me, even though it completely did. It just felt curious. Maybe even that it wanted to play. I don't know. Uncle Pat doesn't remember anything, and certainly doesn't believe in ghosts. Marcy, on the other hand, I don't know. I think she knows something. She never wants to talk about it. Whenever I do, she's really quick to change the subject. Probably because they still have to live on that boat. I don't know. What do you guys think I encountered? When we first got married, my husband worked the night shift at his family's donut shop. A few years into being married, Mitch had started working the 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. shift, replacing his sister Lim, who'd died suddenly. I don't want to come off as insensitive, but even before his sister's death, my husband was already filling in on a weekly basis because Lim just didn't show up. She was unreliable and unpredictable. Lim's explosive temper had given my husband more than a few scars on his body to prove that her rage had existed over the years. Likely the result of parents who couldn't manage a struggling family business and keep an eye on 2 growing children. They're second-generation owners of the donut shop. It was purchased by their grandfather after immigrating to New England in the early 70s. Back home, their business was tremendously successful. They'd also invested in real estate. They'd made enough to buy a 2-bedroom loft with a vacant business for rent below it. They sold everything just to come struggle in America. Oblivious of the Western culture, they opened up a business in a poor neighborhood, across the street from an emergency room. It would prove to be both a great place for business and a terrible place for business. The location yielded just enough income for them to get by each month, and just enough hope for the family to stay invested, physically, financially, and emotionally. I'm not bitter or at all resentful about the long nights my husband had to spend away from home after Lim's passing. If anything, I was very proud of him for stepping up, and I'm wildly impressed with his entire family. And in all honesty, I often do miss Lim's loud vodka-fueled aggression at children's birthday parties or every other family gathering she's ever attended. Anyway, getting distracted. So, no, it wasn't the hours that bothered me. What was most concerning about this graveyard shift were all the weird stories he came home with. Every morning, as I'd wake up and get ready for work, Mitch would come through the door. We'd talk about his night and the upcoming events of my day before I'd head off to work, and he'd head off to bed. During our intertwining breakfasts, Mitch would tell me about attempted robberies, some where he'd actually have to pull out his gun. He never had to shoot it. Would-be robbers usually leave when a large revolver is pointed in their face. He'd recall addicts dying at the bus stop across the street almost nightly. So much so that it started to become an unmentionable point of reference when rehashing his stories. I was just to assume that, yeah, that probably happened, as well as then insert jaw-dropping story of witnessing a rat dragging a whole pizza into the sewer out back, with emphasis on there being no pizza joint anywhere close to the shop. Most of his stories, however, don't share such a light-hearted tone. Some leaving me with goosebumps just hearing them retold. This next one, it's the only one that we can't really explain, and I find it incredibly disturbing. One night, Mitch was in the back of the shop preparing the donuts for the morning influx they'd usually have just as Mitch was leaving and his mom would come in to relieve him. Getting the donuts prepped is a long process, and it always takes you away from the front. So if customers enter the shop, there's a door buzzer that would beep out in the main area, as well as in the back where Mitch would be. He's back there for a while, working away at the dough, finally getting the last rack of donuts on the belt before sending them into the fryer. Mitch walks out to the front area of the shop to grab some water and brew fresh coffee. That's when he sees a tall man standing on the other side of the counter, staring straight up into the fluorescent lights. The man's gaze comes down, and he makes eye contact with Mitch. Mitch heard no sound indicating someone had entered the store. A little bit startled, he apologizes if he's been waiting, asks if there's anything he could get the man. But he's not interested in the donuts. Instead, he strikes up a conversation with Mitch about how the place used to be a flower shop that he and his wife would take trips to on Sundays after church. They talk about how a couple other businesses have changed around the hospital, and their conversation lasts long enough for the donuts to start to burn in the back. Smelling the smoke, Mitch knew exactly what it was and excuses himself to go turn off the bottom fryer. He's in back for less than a minute, but when he returns to the front register, the man he was speaking to is gone. Again, no sound. Strange, but Mitch didn't think the issue was anything more than a faulty sensor on the door. It wasn't until later that night that Mitch thought to check the security footage. He figured he ought to check how long the man had actually been waiting in the shop before Mitch saw him. 30 minutes. But that's not the weird part. The cameras captured the man entering around 1:40 a.m. Only in Mitch's words, he's not as composed. He says to me that the man walked in, hunched forward, as if dramatically tiptoeing. But his shoulders, they were thrusting back and forth, out of sync with his steps, in uncoordinated rotations. When the man reaches the counter, he bends each limb individually until he's positioned standing straight. At 1:42 a.m., he bends his head backwards, opens his eyes wide, stays frozen like that until 2:13. That's when Mitch comes out to find him, 2:13 to roughly 2:40. Mitch fast-forwards the tape through their conversation to the part where he runs to the back for the donuts. Pressing play, Mitch watches himself run out of view, back into the kitchen. The man stands motionless, but only for a moment after Mitch leaves. Then, once again, his eyes open wide, and his body contorts like a whip. When he turns around, Mitch sees on the security camera. He shuffles past the exit doors into the back bathrooms. The timestamp reads 2:40. Mitch realizes he only had the idea to look at the security footage after 3. The man could still be hiding in the bathroom. The tape ends around 3:28, the time that Mitch switched it out to review. Still no sign of the man exiting. This discovery makes Mitch slam the small security control room door behind him, and he locks it. He calls the police from the phone in there, while Mitch is huddled up in there waiting for them to arrive. He takes out the footage from the second camera, which is stationed closer to the kitchen. It's been recording the whole time. Mitch places it in the small VHS player, rewinds the tape just to before walking into the control room, and lets it play. Where the first tape ends, the second camera records, as just moments after the door shuts. A figure can be seen slinking into the back kitchen, just outside the control room doors. It's the same man. He's standing, frozen, eyes wide, looking straight into the camera. Mitch almost had a heart attack. That was not the friendly man he'd just spoken to. He flipped off the TV that he was watching the tapes from, tried to stay as quiet as possible until the cops came. They came, and prior to even viewing the tapes themselves, they cased the entire building, surrounding area. No sign of the man Mitch described, or the thing he described. The 2 officers joined Mitch in the control room. They started to review the tapes, Mitch rattling off different timestamps, telling them what to look for. They watched the tapes all the way through, even past when Mitch had turned off the TV. There was the man, staring at the camera, until he wasn't. He didn't walk away. He didn't glitch out. He just slowly disappeared, until there was no longer a man standing there. Mitch looks at the officers who haven't said a word. They're just looking at each other. No one says anything, so Mitch asks the officers, did they see that? Did they see the man disappear? Did they see him change? The 2 leave the control room without saying a word, grab another officer, and call into the sheriff's office. By this time, Mitch has already called me to update me. He's called his mom, telling her not to come into the store until he figures everything out with the police. When the sheriff's deputy arrives, Mitch tells him to watch at the 1:40 mark on the first tape. But instead, they start removing the tapes. They'd done this before, but usually it was an obvious crime, like attempted robbery or something. And usually they told him why they needed it. More so, he was concerned why they weren't concerned by the man. His gait, the fact that he seemed to disappear in front of them. He asked them. They offered no dialogue on the topic, gave my husband a name and a number to follow up with, and then they left. It probably goes without saying, no one ever followed up with Mitch or his family, which is a sad reality for many who live in that area to this day. I mean, we tried, but life was already insanely busy for everyone at that point. Plus, it was really only Mitch and myself that wanted it at this point. His parents were dismissive of the whole thing. Life goes on, I guess. They even frequently ran into the same officers when reporting various disturbances, but no one ever talked about it. For about 2 more years, Mitch would come home with more unusual stories. More drug addicts dying, attempted robberies, which died down a bit after installing 2 additional security cameras. No more oddly appearing or disappearing men. It would appear that was just a one-off kind of thing. Mitch's family's place got bought out, or rather forced out, by the city back in 2002. Terribly sad, but by that point I think everyone was ready to move on. I know we already had, but as far as this experience, truly, what do you think it was? I wanted to share one of my stories. I may not have a bunch of fancy ghosts in my house, but if there's one thing I got in spades, it's crazy with a capital C. When it comes to my stories, I wasn't sure which one to tell, but the one that keeps coming to mind is from my short time working as a taxidermist. It was actually just my dad's old fishing buddy. Most of his work came from people bringing in their fish or deer, and Rick could do just about anything they wanted with them. One guy brought in a doe and a buck, saying he wanted to mount the buck, mounting the doe, so that's what we gave him. But that's just a fun bonus. It's not why we're actually here. The story I came to tell you happened a few months before this. It was my third day on the job, and I still had no clue what I was doing. I came in bright and early like a good new hire, and I was just in time to see an electric bone saw demonstration. I was actually excited. I thought there was a good chance that he was going to let me try it out, and I'm sure that he would have if we hadn't had to stop so suddenly. I know some people are squeamish about animals, and it couldn't be less relevant, so without mentioning that part, Rick had the saw in one hand, and he was holding back a flap of the material with the other. This is probably a good time to mention he was also a bit of a drunk. I could smell the alcohol on him the second I walked in, but he was also swimming in whiskey the previous 2 days, and nothing bad had happened. Who was I to tell him that he shouldn't work while intoxicated? If I had tried, he probably would have fired me before listening to me. While he was cutting, he was explaining how everything worked, but he kept turning back to look at me, like he wanted to make sure I was listening. That's when everything started going in slow motion. I never took my eyes off the bone saw. The blade wasn't very big, but it was cutting through everything in its path like butter, and every time his eyes drifted towards me, the saw drifted towards his fingers. It was making me extremely nervous, so I tried to say something, but Rick wouldn't let me. I didn't even hear what he said after that. I just held my breath and continued watching. It's weird how long seconds feel when something like this happens. From start to finish, it was probably less than a minute, but it felt like 10 had passed from the moment he started cutting to the moment he removed the top of his left hand's index and middle fingers. In my mind's eye, the blade froze seconds before making contact with his flesh, and I tried to stop it. I lunged forward, reflexively, hoping to knock the saw aside, but there was just no time. My body couldn't move as quickly as my brain wanted, and in the same instant, the blade resumed spinning, and Rick's small, fleshy fingers appeared to explode. 1 second, the world was barely moving, and the next, it was painted red. Blood splattered all over us and the deer, while his fingertips vanished like a magic trick. Once the reality of what happened set in, our screams began at practically the same time. It's impossible to tell who actually yelled first. Rick jumped up and began cursing like a dying sailor. I've never before or since heard a man scream like that. I couldn't tell if he was laughing or crying, but it sounded like both. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the saw. It was on the floor, and the bloody blade made it look like an actual predator. Like it had just finished a particularly satisfying meal that it was now ready to sleep off. I didn't snap out of it until Rick's good hand clasped my shoulder and spun me around. A bottle of whiskey was cradled beneath his other arm, and his eyes were wild with shock, as I'm sure mine were too. But I can't imagine what this whole thing was like from his perspective. He shook me and begged me to help him find his fingers. But he wouldn't let go. I had to pry his fingers open to free myself, and he immediately went back to his whiskey. I tried to stop him, Even then, I knew the alcohol was bad for bleeders, but he pushed me away so hard that I fell to the ground. I guess it all worked out because that's how I found his fingertips. The index finger got cut just beneath the nail, and his middle finger was taken off right at the top knuckle. As I ran out of the workshop, I noticed that he had a dirty bandana wrapped around his wound, and I wondered if there was any point to getting his fingers on ice, but it didn't slow me down. I was essentially on autopilot as I ran across his backyard and into the kitchen. I could still hear Rick cursing as I searched for a Ziploc. Eventually, I found a plastic cup with a lid and filled that instead. Since Rick still hadn't come out of the workshop, I put his fingers in the cup holder and pulled my truck around back. I thought it would be a good idea to eliminate as much walking as possible, but as I was getting out of my truck, the cursing stopped, and the sound of the bone saw took its place. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. What the hell is he trying to do now? I burst through the door just in time to see blood splatter all over the wall, workbench, and floor. There was even a little on the ceiling. Rick had his back to me, so I couldn't see much else at first. I can't remember exactly what I said, but something along the lines of why or what the hell. But I'll never forget the look on his face when he turned around and proudly held up his hand. There was no sign of pain or anger. I'm not sure what emotion to call it, but it's as if he were presenting a completed project that had taken months to finish, like he was showing it off. If not for the awful sight that I still see clearly in my nightmares, you would have never guessed that there was a mangled hand under all that blood. Honestly, it didn't even really look like blood. I guess I've just never seen so much that was so fresh. But Rick answered in a tone that matched his demeanor. He very casually explained the 2 severed fingers were uneven, which he clearly found unacceptable. Since his fingers had bits of bone and whatever else was in there sticking out of it, he thought it would be best to even it all out, like it was a goddamn haircut. That's when I noticed the empty whiskey bottle on the floor. He'd managed to drink half a fifth in the amount of time it took me to bring back a cup of ice. I wasn't exactly calm and collected, but that was a very sobering moment. I began to think more clearly as I went from being very freaked out to genuinely afraid. I didn't know what that crazy bastard might try to do next, but I definitely was going to let the doctors explain why he lost any chance of reattaching his fingers. For the most part, I think I handled it as well as I possibly could have. I kept Rick calm on the way to the hospital, but I was right about his fingers. Luckily, the doctors are able to sedate people who aren't ready to hear bad news. I remember thinking the whole ordeal would finally be what got Rick to stop drinking. But he didn't. Not even for a little while, and certainly not while he was working. 6 years ago, he died in a house fire after getting drunk and passing out with a lit cigarette. In the end, I suppose we're just lucky he never hurt anyone but himself. I'm a glorified security guard who babysits a giant warehouse filled with wooden crates. They come in all shapes and sizes, and I've never looked at what's inside. I just never cared. I've worked this cushy job for a year, wasn't about to lose it over a box of random junk. The warehouse is in the middle of nowhere, a solid 40 minutes outside the city limits. I'm not even sure why they bothered hiring security guards, but there's always someone here. I normally work during the day, but one of the night guards, Carter, quit in the middle of his shift, so I volunteered to fill in. I really wanted the overtime and the brownie points. I was planning on asking for a raise on Friday, but now I'm not even sure if I'll still be working here by then. More than anything, I wish I could ask Carter why he left. He was only a year away from retirement, and before tonight, I couldn't fathom why anyone would just randomly walk away from a job like this. But now, I'm starting to realize this place is totally different at night. It's creepy as hell. I've never been one to spook easily, but this is more than just being alone in the dark. From the moment I arrived, it felt like the entire atmosphere was different. The air itself was heavier, almost stale. If a little paranoia was my only problem, I'd be able to get through it. But I'm either losing my mind, or I'm not as alone here as I thought. 2 hours into my shift, I heard what sounded like someone knocking on a crate. But I didn't see anyone on the monitors, and I can assure you, there's no blind spots. My employers spared no expense when it came to cameras. A few seconds later, the knocking stopped, and I convinced myself it must have been another rat. There were still a few traps left over from the last one, so I set them up and returned to my desk. The next hour passed without incident, but then a sudden chill ran down my spine, and I jumped out of my chair so fast it fell over. It felt like someone brushed their fingertips across the back of my neck. Obviously, no one was there, so I must have imagined it, right? I couldn't bring myself to sit down again, so I checked on the mouse traps just to distract myself. 2 of them sprung, didn't catch anything. Which does happen on occasion. That wasn't unusual. I reset the first one, but as I bent over to fix the second one, several loud knocks sounded from inside the crate next to me. They were very deliberate human knocks. There was no mistaking this for random rat noises. I don't know how long I stood there, hunched over like that. I didn't want to believe it. My brain insisted it wasn't possible, but the only logical conclusion was an auditory hallucination. I wanted to open the crate to prove nothing was inside. But they're all nailed shut. Even if I found a crowbar, I wouldn't be able to close it again. Instead, I asked if anyone was there, for them to knock if they could hear me. But the sound of my voice just felt heavy and foreign as it broke the tense silence. I probably would have shit myself if someone answered, but there was only the sound of my thudding heart for a reply. Eventually, I tore myself away from the crate and returned to my desk, but I still couldn't bring myself to sit down. All I could think about was Carter, if he had similar experiences. What other reason could he possibly have to just leave in the middle of his shift without warning? None of it makes sense. There's no way we randomly had the same hallucinations, unless something in the warehouse had caused them. My mind has been racing ever since the thought occurred to me. What if we're being used as some kind of guinea pigs? What if our employers are testing some kind of gas on us? Or maybe it was an accident. Maybe they have some dangerous material stored here and it started to leak. But if it was an accident, wouldn't this be happening during the day as well? Why is it only the night shift? Either way, I had to get out of there. I came outside to sit in my car, gather my thoughts. That's when I decided to write everything down, to help me keep it all straight, and to leave a record of what's happened in case I suddenly go missing. I do feel a little better now. I came out in such a rush that I left all of my things at the desk. I'm gonna grab them, spend the rest of my shift out here. I've been awake for a long time now. I should probably get some sleep before I make any drastic phone calls. I'll add an update later to let you guys know how it turned out. I didn't expect my update to come just an hour later, and judging by the comments I've already received, neither did any of you. When I finally mustered the courage to run inside, I only made it halfway to the door before seeing an incredibly tall shadow. It passed by the small office window. Someone really is in there. Whoever it is must have been hiding in that crate. What would have happened if I'd opened it? I didn't want to be anywhere near that place, so I drove to the first well-lit public area. I don't know what to do next besides go home. Some of you suggested calling the police, but I'm not sure what I would say. This all makes me sound like a lunatic. I don't even know what I'm going to tell my boss. Why did I have to volunteer for the damn night shift? This will probably be the only place I'd ever be comfortable telling this story without the fear of judgment. You don't know me, and I don't know you. I'm telling this story in its fullest, as there's nothing to hide in this relationship between us. I retired early last year as an industrial electrician. If you've lived in the lower Hillsborough County within the past 30 years and ever used electricity, you can thank me for maintaining the switchboards, generators, panels, transformers, and basically anything else that doesn't run off of solar energy. The job meant I was responsible for handling any emergencies that would spontaneously pop up needing fixing. These emergencies I'd have to get up and tend to at all hours of the night, during dinners, birthdays, even my daughter's kindergarten graduation. A transformer had blown up 30 miles in Bear County. My cell phone goes off and I'm embarrassed having to leave. But it is what it is. You gotta be on your toes and always thinking forward. I'm saying this because if I would have retold my story to my crew or higher-ups, I probably wouldn't be receiving a retirement check. We were out on a job on I-93, near the old Wyndham Rail Trail. A storm had knocked out some power lines, and we were down assessing the damage, figuring out what vehicles and tools we need to call in. My bladder was full from all the coffee I'd been consuming, and I decided to take a leak a little hike away from the crew to enjoy nature's restroom a little more privately. I didn't walk too far, but after relieving myself, I heard one of the linemen shout my name from further in the woods. At first, I was genuinely confused and thought that they were messing with me, because when I left the group, they were all standing by the work truck. But then the voice starts screaming, "Help, help, I'm hurt." Nobody on the crew would ever joke like that, so I start running towards this voice, even though I'm sure everybody was present at the trucks when I'd walked away. A couple of paces forward, I realized my utility belt was back at the truck. It had everything from my radio to a flashlight, but the screams and the pleas I was hearing, they were loud enough for my immediate attention. So I kept on forward. Every so often I'd have to stop and recenter myself because it would sound like the calling was coming from a different direction. Minutes would go by before I'd stop again and figure out that I had no clue how far I'd gone or how to get back. I felt so stupid for getting myself lost and apparently running around in circles trying to locate this injured lineman. It was a humid night, and the sweat burned when it got in my eyes. When the cries for help started up again, it sounded like they were on my left. I didn't instantly take off in the direction this time. I was trying to catch my breath. A few seconds later, another scream echoes through the forest, but it's coming from a completely different direction. Then again, directly in front of me. This time, it sounded closer. Sticks and leaves began to crunch and break, each moving closer to me. I stand my ground. But then, 20 feet ahead, I can actually see the brush being pushed around. I look down, and I see two big red eyes, like a couple of hot coals blinking in the dark. The eyes were closer set, like human eyes. It was a clear night, and the bright moon made it easy to clearly see a woman on her hands and knees, hiding in the bushes. When she stands up, she's fully nude, and scars cover her skin. I take a step backwards, but for some reason still ask, "Are you okay?" It makes a strange noise that sounded like a nonsense word in a human's voice, like, "Yo, no." I took another step back, and it quickly crouched back behind the bushes. A sense of absolute dread consumed my body. I turned and ran as fast as I could in the opposite direction. Somehow, by the grace of God, after running for I don't know how long, I can see the work truck's headlights in the distance, and I follow them out. When I get back, everyone's upset that I'd taken so long. The truck engine was on because they thought I'd gotten lost. They were about to start searching for me. One of the men asks if I was taking a shit, and my brain is still on overload from what I'd just experienced, so that's my best excuse. I tell them, yeah, sorry. I couldn't find any good leaves for toilet paper. By the time we get back to our lot, my incident is long forgotten about. I think it's better that way. My wife really likes this channel and wanted me to send this story in. I'm a 26-year-old male photographer. Last year, I spent almost 2 months on a series of nightlife shots in San Francisco. That means I had to spend a lot of time walking around a big city at night, but I wasn't trying to get mugged. I mostly stuck to loud nightclubs and bustling streets until the final day of the shoot. It had been a long project, so I wanted to celebrate taking the final shots by taking a few shots, if you know what I mean. Anyway, I had a few more than I should have, and I left the bar feeling a bit more than tipsy. The curb outside was overcrowded with obnoxious drunks waiting for their Ubers, and the noise was giving me a headache. So I walked a few blocks over before requesting my own ride. As I waited beneath a streetlight on a quiet corner, I was suddenly startled by the sound of someone whistling nearby. It was a low, eerie tune, like something you'd hear a serial killer whistling while he stalked his victim. At first, I tried to ignore it, but then it grew louder, and finally, I heard a quiet set of footsteps creeping closer behind me. I turned around expecting to see some deranged attacker looming over me. But there was only the outline of a lone figure silhouetted against a dark storefront. It was a man, but I couldn't make out much more than that until he stepped forward, out of the shadows. Then, I was able to see his pointed face, beady eyes, and yellow teeth behind a sinister, greedy sneer. He flicked away a cigarette and gave me the most inhumanely wide smile I'd ever seen. Then he began reciting some generic sob story that ended with a plea for money, which is the exact reason I don't carry cash. The man's smile was instantly replaced by an awful scowl when I said as much, and it was clear he intended to make trouble. He took another step closer, so I matched it with one in reverse. My heart sank as his hands shot into his coat pockets. When he brought them out again, the world began moving in slow motion as my eyes focused on the very large pocket knife he now held. And my only concern became putting as much distance as possible between myself and that blade. I turned to run at the same instant that he lunged, and I just felt the knife graze across my back. Luckily, he put a little too much weight behind his thrust and kept going straight to the ground. I heard his fall, but I didn't stop to look back. Instead, I kept running until I got to a crowded area. I had so much adrenaline pumping through me, I didn't even realize I was bleeding until I made it home and tried to change clothes. The back of my shirt had a blood-stained rip through it, and my back ended up needing a few stitches. As it turns out, that knife had done a little more than graze me, but I still considered myself pretty lucky. Obviously, the police never caught the guy. I didn't expect them to, but it seemed wrong not to at least report it. I don't know what the quote-unquote right thing to do is in that situation. My situation could have turned out better, but it also could have turned out worse. I don't know if I would handle it the same way again, and I hope I never find out. On the rare occasion I'm out alone at night, I'm much more careful these days. Well, thanks for letting me share. Be safe out there, guys. A couple of months ago, I decided to take a walk near this wooded path next to where I was living. It was 11, maybe 12 o'clock at night, so really, nobody should have been around. This particular pathway was rather short, so I decided to head back and take it again, this time walking at a very slow pace. Bear in mind for later that this entire path is rather narrow, and there are fences on the sides. Anyway, as I venture down the path, half through, I hear a distinct yet short scream of a 5 or 6-year-old girl. So naturally, being the kind of person that I am, I decide to take 5 minutes to look around. I find nothing, so I shrug it off as my imagination. I continue on my path. 3 minutes later, I hear the exact same scream. Bear in mind, a child cannot replicate the exact same scream twice. No one can, right? Only this time, too, it was closer. In fact, so close I should have been able to see around me who or what was screaming. So naturally, being a believer in cryptids and the unknown, I start to get a little anxious. I start to jog out, and I never hear the scream again. But to this day, it scares me thinking that something or someone was trying to trick me into helping someone, or somebody trying to trap me or lure me. I've been on the road for what seems like a lifetime. Endless stretch of highways, the monotony of passing miles, lonesome nights have all become companions of mine. I'm a truck driver, or at least that's what I do for a living. I guess most would call me a tough guy, but trust me, I've seen things that would make the bravest of folks tremble in fear. Just a couple of years ago, I was driving my beaten-up rig along a desolate stretch of road, somewhere between reality and the darkness. My eyelids weighed heavy, but it was just a few more hours until I reached my destination. You see, those nights, they're the loneliest, when the highway becomes like a sort of canvas for strange, unworldly encounters. As I continued on, my eyes caught sight of something that made my heart seize. There, walking across the bridge highway, appeared an ethereal figure, consumed by a flowing white dress. Time seemed to slow as my truck hurled towards her, and I prepared to hit the brakes, praying she'd move out of harm's way. But just as my old rig shuddered, the ghostly apparition vanished into thin air. Now, at a complete stop, I looked forward, around, even behind. The road lay empty before me, and everywhere else. My mind questioned what had just transpired. I remember doubt danced within my thoughts, conjuring memories of ghost stories shared around campfires as a child. I stumbled out of my truck. My legs felt like they were carrying the weight of 1,000 years. Fear mingled with curiosity compelled me to get a closer look. Stepping onto a now desolate bridge highway, the concrete beneath my boots seemed colder than any place I'd ever known, as if it had absorbed the essence of that white figure. I searched frantically for even a trace of her presence, a shred of evidence to validate what my eyes had witnessed, but there was nothing. No footprints, no lingering scent, just an overwhelming void where she had once been. It was as though she'd stepped out of one reality, melted into another, leaving me questioning my own sanity. As I climbed back into the cab of my truck, a chilling realization. The woman in white, or whatever she was, couldn't be real. It defied all logic, all reason. No living being could just vanish without a trace, without a flicker of evidence. Yet, she had. Now, whenever I journey across those dark, lonesome highways, an eerie feeling never really leaves me. It's as if the invisible veil between the worlds has been lifted, revealing the existence of the inexplicable. Who was she? Why did she choose to haunt that bridge highway, briefly entering my reality and then vanishing forever? I wasn't sure before about changing the names, but I figured it's probably more respectful to do so, so yes, names have been changed in this story. This is on behalf of my father, and retells of his time spent with Mr. Jerry G. before his sudden passing. In 2012, my dad Nate was a pastor at a church that Jerry and his wife had attended for years. Nate and Jerry had become good friends since he'd taken over as head of the ministry in our small Christian church. Just after the summer of 2012, Jerry pulled Nate aside after a morning service. He'd tell him that something evil had entered his property. Jerry owned a farm and cared for several huge adult sows and a boar named Teddy. The previous night, Jerry had walked down to lock up the barn He said that he was there and the doors were already closed. He thought it was strange because there are two big, heavy wooden doors, and the wind that day wasn't nearly enough to be able to move them around, let alone shut both. With more caution now, Jerry approached the barn, opened one of the doors, just enough so he could see in. The pigs were hiding together up against the chicken wire, trying to get as far away as they could from something. Even the boar was cowering away. Most of the hogs on the farm are over 700 pounds, and to see them struck with such terror gave Jerry genuine goosebumps on his arms. When he fully opened the door, nothing was in the enclosure with the pigs. Jerry said all the lights in the barn were off, and he thought the lights had burned out. But the next morning, when he'd go back out to the barn to feed the pigs, he noticed glass littered all around the enclosure. With the light of the morning sun casting in, Jerry could see all of the lights in the barn had been smashed. The metal saucers that would typically hold these halogen bulbs were bent, like someone had struck them vertically with a bat. These lights are also hanging 15 or so feet off the ground. Jerry would spend from dusk till dawn that day cleaning the pig enclosure and staring at the bent, misshapen light fixtures, wondering how this physically could have happened. Before leaving church, Jerry thanks my dad for his time and requests that he keeps their conversation between the two of them. Nate agrees, and they part ways. It's only a few days until they have an opportunity to catch up. Tuesday, the church held a brunch for the veterans and servicemen. My dad knew he'd see Jerry and be able to ask him how things were going. But what he didn't expect was tears to form in his eyes when he responded to the question. He tells my father that he thinks he's losing his mind. He says, quote, "I show up here looking for God, but God's not looking for me." My father, Nate, takes Jerry into a more private area of the church so he can elaborate further as to what's been happening the past few days. He tells Nate that the Sunday they'd spoken, when Jerry got home, he pulled onto the gravel of his driveway, and Teddy the boar was running down the gravel stretch toward the truck. Jerry laid on his horn and scared it to start running in another direction besides the open gate entrance to the farm. When the boar turns, Jerry jumps out of his truck and shuts the gate again. Then he hops back in his truck and speeds to the barn with the pig enclosure. As Jerry made his way toward the barn, it was clear to see that one of the doors were wide open. A few of the other hogs had also escaped and were running around in the grass, squealing like all hell. When Jerry pulls up and shines his headlights into the barn doors, what he saw was a woman hanging inside the pig enclosure. The sight made his heart skip a beat, but when he pulled his keys from the truck's ignition, the headlights turned off, and the woman was no longer there. But he could see now, both gates in the pig enclosure had been opened. One pig remained inside. Jerry thought it was dead. Its eyes were opened but glazed over, and there was a trail of blood that slowly leaked from its snout. But when he checked for a heartbeat, he was astonished to hear it beating normally. No amount of pushing or pulling could get this hog out of its trance. Odd behavior like this in farm animals usually means death is around the corner for them anyways, so Jerry would leave feeling terrible, thinking he'd have to be making arrangements for his pig that afternoon. Jerry rounds up all of the other hogs who had escaped and by this point had already reached the furthest corners of his property. When all of them were accounted for, Jerry goes back to check on the pig he'd originally found by itself. It's moved, and by following a trail of blood, he spots a big hog standing with its head against one of the barn walls. This is when Jerry would grab Nate and with true sincerity in his voice tell him that the pig was speaking words. Not grunts or low oinks that could have been mistaken for words, but actual sentences. Then it collapsed again. Jerry didn't wait for it to get back up. When he got back to the truck, he'd grab a big sack of pig food, cut a hole in the middle, and thrown it into the enclosure before locking up. The next morning, when Jerry opens up the barn doors, The pig that gave him a scare is up, acting perfectly fine. He noted that there wasn't even a bloodstain on its nose or skin. Nate asks if he'd like assistance from the church to bless his property, but Jerry refused. The last thing they said to each other was that they would see each other on Sunday. Sadly, that meeting would never take place. Thursday of that week, Nate receives a call from one of the church members telling him that Jerry had passed away. Nate asks what happened, and she doesn't have many answers. A family member says that they were over to visit on Wednesday when he'd left to go feed the hogs, but he never returned. Hours would pass by before the family member would set out on a search for him. They'd find Jerry's dentures and pieces of his body in the pig enclosure. Most of his remains had been consumed. Over the next few days, my dad would read the newspapers that pathologists were unable to identify a cause or manner of death, stating that it's possible he could have had a heart attack or been knocked over by one of his animals before being killed and eaten. Personally, diving more into this story, I'd also find a quote from DA Paul Frazier saying, "For all we know, it was a horrific accident, but it's so doggone weird that we have to look at all possibilities." I've always been curious if Jerry ever told anybody else about what was happening on his property. Would it have changed things? Probably not, right? Regardless of circumstances, Jerry still passed in a horribly sad way, and my prayers go out to his family. I grew up in a small town. When I was little, every so often my dad would get home a bit later than usual. When I'd ask why, he'd say that it was because he gave the can lady a ride home. The can lady was a short, thin woman in her 50s who could always be seen picking up cans on the side of the road. Everyone knew her. She didn't have any other job. Collecting those cans is what she did all day, just about every day. She was such a town fixture that many of the businesses would specifically save their cans for her, too. And when it began to grow dark, she would simply hitch a ride from wherever she was. Within a few minutes, someone would stop to take her home. She lived in a small house with her husband, and she'd been collecting cans since her early 20s. In fact, those cans played a large part in putting her children through college. The only problem was that she sometimes kept going a little too late, and it would be full dark before she started hitching. She was also known for walking too close to the highway. She was so comfortable out there that she could grow careless. More than once I heard my dad say that he always made sure to give her a ride because he worried that she'd end up getting run over, or worse. But as a kid, you never think that stuff will really happen. But it does. It happened when I was 10, and the whole town mourned her. She'd been walking along the shoulder after dark when a sleepy trucker came along and hit her. The guy was so messed up about it that he had to be sedated. I don't think he faced any legal issues, but I was too young to take much notice if he did. There's a lovely memorial by the accident site. It's still there to this day, and enough money was donated to pay off the final year of her youngest daughter's tuition. Within a week or two of her death, several people were claiming to see her around town at night. My mom believes in ghosts, but my dad is one of the biggest skeptics you'll ever meet. He made sure to drill into my head that people were only grieving, and soon enough, they wouldn't see her anymore. I grew up to be a pretty big skeptic myself, but there are two instances that have always troubled me. It wasn't too many weeks later that my dad came home pale and dazed. He'd been driving home from work when he caught a glimpse of her. She always wore the same faded blue baseball hat and carried a giant trash bag full of cans slung over her shoulder. She was a hard lady to mistake. Anyway, it surprised my dad so much that he slammed on his brakes in the middle of the road and reversed. But nobody was there. Even if he had mistaken someone else for her, there was nowhere for them to go. A few weeks after that, my mom, who worked at one of the hotels, met an elderly couple passing through town. They arrived late and shaken up. claiming that they almost hit a woman as she tried to cross the highway. They came incredibly close to crashing into a guardrail, but managed to stop on the shoulder. The husband was so worked up, he got out of the car to confront the woman, but she was gone. The description the couple gave matched the can lady perfectly. I always wondered if my dad fell victim to his own grieving theory, but I don't know how people from hundreds of miles away could imagine the exact same person. I'm almost 40 now myself, and overall, I don't really know what to believe. But I thought it was an interesting story to share. My family was forced to put my grandmother into a nursing home when her dementia became too much to manage independently. I was about 8 at the time. I didn't really understand what dementia does to people, but even at that age, I was aware of her decline in health and change in behavior. My grandma used to be my babysitter after school when my parents were at work. One of my most positive elementary school memories was when she'd be waiting for me to get off the bus, and we'd talk about my day while we walked home. Out of everyone living there, my mom, dad, and sister, I was the first to point out Grandma's odd shift. It was the first day that she wasn't standing at my bus stop. I walked home that day thinking something terrible had happened the whole way, only to find her sitting on the porch smoking a cigarette. When she saw me, she was confused, asking why I was home so early. When I told her it was already after 4 p.m., she started to get frustrated, saying the clocks must be slow, even though they all read the same time. After that, I started walking home by myself. It wasn't a long walk, probably 2 blocks at the most, but it was lonely. Eventually, Grandma started to spend the majority of her time in her room. I think the tipping point for my parents was when she had a breakdown when I was on spring break. That day, she and I were cleaning the kitchen together, listening to oldies. Her favorite was Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. When their music was on, she acted like her old self. Her energy felt regenerated. Her spirit was brighter. Then, a song called Blueberry Hill came on. After the first couple of seconds into the song, my grandma freezes in the kitchen. Her eyes fill up with tears. Still staring into space, she starts screaming, "You killed him. Oh my God, Philip, you killed him." Philip was my grandfather's name. The coffee cup she was holding drops to the kitchen floor, shatters on the ground, but Grandma doesn't even acknowledge it. She just continues to scream, "Philip, you killed him." Nothing I said could snap her out of it. This incident was so scary that I ended up calling my mom so she'd come home from work to help. Now I'm 26 and absolutely hate the song Blueberry Hill. It's like I have PTSD. Before my grandma passed, I got up the courage to ask, who did Philip kill? But she was too far gone with her dementia to even remember my name. My grandpa died before I was born, but from family stories, he wasn't a very good guy. Throughout my mom's childhood, he was always in and out of jail. But she'd never heard about him killing someone. Family secrets. We all got them. Something strange has been happening to me lately. I keep hearing my name being called, even though nobody is calling it. I've tried searching this on Google. However, most of the articles or blogs that I come across talk about people's names being called and nobody being there. However, my name's been called in my own house, and my own family has been there. This happened 4 times so far. One day I was watching Netflix. I heard my name being called. I didn't think much of it because I knew that I was watching a show, although I didn't have my headphones in or anything like that, but the volume was just playing out loud. It was still creepy because my parents said that they didn't call my name. Nobody else in the house either. I brushed it off, but 2 days later, I was in my room and I heard my mom call my name. When I went out of my room to sit on the stairs, I asked her, "Did you call me?" She said no, she didn't. Then I asked her if she called for my dad, because me and my dad both have a similar name. She said she didn't call to anyone. Then I was showering one day, alone upstairs, while only my dad was home downstairs. My sister and brother were playing outside with water balloons. I decided to take a shower first, let my siblings clean up the plastic from the water balloons outside. I heard my sister call my name when I was in the shower, and she said it in a very aggressive tone. I thought she was mad at me because I was using her shower instead of my own, which could make sense why she was so angry when she said my name. I even called out back to her. I was like, "Just give me a second, I'll be out soon." Then, when I came outside the washroom, nobody was there. My dad was outside, and my siblings were still outside. Then again today, I was in my room cleaning. My brother and I heard my sister call my name again. My sister was downstairs, but she did not call my name. I went out of my room and I asked her, "Did you call my name?" She said no. And again, this voice was very angry. It wasn't the same tone that I heard the day I was in her shower. Again, I asked if she had called anybody else's name and maybe I had missed, but she said that she was just sitting there, quietly. This is really weird, and it's happened to me once or twice before this week. It's happened 4 times. And I know people say you shouldn't call back to the name. But most of the time that this happens, I'm not home alone. People are actually around me. I don't know what's scarier because if I'm home alone, at least I know for sure that I'm hearing things I'm not supposed to. But my brother was in the room with me when my sister called my name, except my brother heard absolutely nothing. It was only me who heard it and jumped at it and almost ran down the stairs because I actually thought she needed something. I'm a social worker and counselor in Michigan. I've worked in the youth department for the past decade. The stories most of these kids have could fill pages alone, but we're talking about witches. Yes, witches. I want to preface this by saying and emphasizing that when I say I can rock a mean poker face, I mean it. I secretly pride myself on keeping my face and body calm when I'm approached in a frantic manner. At work, nobody's seen me break. I don't believe the workplace is where you should bring your home issues. As is the same when they say, don't bring your work home with you. Although, if I was asked this question on a company survey, I'd say that you should feel comfortable to express your emotions at work. Because I know this is a personal bias of mine, one that I shouldn't expect from others. So, long story short, I don't let others affect my day. Whatever's going on in my life, whatever kind of morning I've had, when I get to work, it's like stepping into another dimension. One with distractions and threads to their own stories, unattached from the ones at home. In May, a new girl started working in our office. We'll call her Annie. She's nice on all accounts, and I don't believe what she's doing is intended to be scary. Between you and me, she gives off a very interesting vibe, possibly on the spectrum. She's very honest with the things she says, like telling a coworker that she liked the way his hair looked before he cut it. She wears cat ear headphones when the atmosphere gets too loud around her. You know, that kind of stuff. But those aren't the things I'm referring to when I say scary. Those are by all means super normal behaviors that I've seen a million times. Again, this is about witches. A few weeks ago, my wife and I had gotten into a pretty big argument the night before that lasted into the morning. But when I got to work, I was pleasant, and I acted with the same work attitude I do on all other days. I was actually leaned over at the front desk, making our little old secretary laugh, as I do, when Annie walks in the front doors. I turn around and I tell her, "Good morning," rather jovial. And she says, "Oh, you're feeling rough today, huh?" I'm like, what? No, it's a great day. And she just looks at me for a little too long, then continues in the direction she'd been walking. I remember the secretary looking at me, confused. We shared a smile and sort of shrugged our shoulders, and I carried on with my day. But it really threw me off. I reflected all day on how my demeanor could have changed enough for her to say that. Then last week, and I know this sounds so silly, but my goldfish died. She was part of my family for the last 10 years. We'd just replaced her tank with a bigger one. We think the stress of the change was too much. Honestly, it was heartbreaking. I still tear up when I spend too much time thinking about it. The day I return to work, Annie walks up to me and says, "I'm so sorry for your loss." I was so caught off guard, emotionally fragile, that I didn't even deflect or deny how I was feeling. Her statement brought tears to my eyes. All I could say was, "Thank you." Before that, I'd been fine, but after that, I walked to my car, called my boss, and faked an illness so I could just leave that day. It was like she pulled and unearthed the emotion I'd buried. Was the veil of my poker face thinner than I imagined it? Had the others around me also noticed but chose not to speak of it? The next day, feeling overwhelmed with curiosity, I asked Annie how she knew. How did she know how I was feeling? What had happened? I wasn't prepared for her response. Annie tells me that she can see things, people's energy, events. She says that she can't help it. It's like a magic power that she's had since she was a baby. Like auras, I ask her. She tells me, yes, but it's more. She says that she goes beyond linking colors to emotions. That she can also sense what's happened or is happening to someone. Like a psychic or a telepath? I didn't say this one out loud, but she answers me without skipping a beat. Sort of like a psychic or telepathy, sure. I knew you'd had a fight with your wife because your thoughts were really heavily focused on resolving that. You were really beating yourself up about the fact that you hadn't already done that, right? She looks at me for confirmation, and though dumbfounded, I manage to shake my head, signaling, yes, you're eerily correct. Then she continues, saying that her mom had it too, but that she didn't actively practice witchcraft like her mother and grandmother. Her response threw me for such a loop that I just said, "Oh, cool." And then it was back to whatever she'd come to ask me about. So maybe this is silly. I don't know how to feel about this. It feels like it's on the verge of being intrusive, violation of privacy somehow. But I obviously can't go to HR with a complaint about a coworker reading my thoughts. With an email like that, I'd be pulled into the office way before she was. Then, the more I think about the field of work we're in, the more I can't help but feel like Annie might be a real asset. So conflicted, truly. So please, any advice would be greatly appreciated. What do I do, if anything, about Annie? I live in a small town with only 2 movie theaters. One is the regular variety, while the other solely plays classics, which in this case just means anything made before 1980. It only stays in business because there's nothing else to do around here, and because they made the building into a historical landmark. I'm not sure what it was originally, but it became a theater in 1951, and it's looked the exact same ever since. Been owned by the same family, too. Old movies aren't really my thing, so I've only been there a handful of times until recently. But I grew up hearing the ghost stories. I just never thought they were true. In the 1960s, a young woman came to a double feature and sat alone in the back row. That was a pretty uncommon sight, so people noticed her as the night wore on. Especially after she continuously dismissed anyone who tried to talk to her. Witnesses described her as sad and anxious. When the second film ended, the lights came on, and everyone began to file out of the exit, until they were stopped by an ear-splitting scream. 2 school teachers had stopped to check on the lone woman who was now slumped over and unresponsive. Thinking she'd fallen asleep, they tried to wake her. And that's when they saw the cold, dead stare in her glassy eyes. The autopsy revealed an overdose that police concluded to be accidental. She went to the movies that night to hide from an asshole named Tony. The pair had began dating earlier that year, and their fights were known to be violent. The police took him in for questioning, but he didn't force her to take the drugs, and over a dozen witnesses saw her sitting alone, undisturbed, during the final hours of her life. After being cut loose, he chose to drown his sorrows at the theater, and he wasn't quiet about it. One night, a group of construction workers decided they'd heard enough, tried to kick him out. But Tony had a gun. He managed to kill one of the construction workers and a waitress before the others wrestled him to the ground. Ultimately, he took his own life in prison. But his victims are said to still haunt the theater today. I always thought the owners were faking the sightings to drum up business, but I can't explain what I saw last night. There were only a few other people in the late show, and we were all spread out, but about halfway through the movie, I saw movement in the corner of my eye. I was only a few seats down from the wall, and we were the only people in our row. No one else could have been there without walking past us or climbing over several chairs. But suddenly, there was a woman dressed like a waitress from one of those 50s diners. I stared at her in confusion for only a few moments, wondering where she came from. Before she turned to face me, I saw that half of her head was missing. I jumped out of my seat with a muffled yelp, scared my date half to death. But when I tried to point at the waitress, no one was there. The rest of our row was empty once again, and I was left looking like a lunatic. In my panic, I began describing a rabid beast of a rat, but I only made a bigger fool of myself. Regardless, the one thing I do know for sure is that I'm never going back to that theater again. No thanks. When I was about 5 or 6, my mother worked at a nursing home called the Bryan Center. I'd often be picked up by her after school and taken to go sit in the employee break room until she got off her shift. It was in the corner of the basement. For reference, the building is built into the side of a hill. It had 2 or 3 stories, but by the time you got to the street, you could only see the 2nd or 3rd floor at the ground level. My mom worked down there in the invalid ward, people who were permanently bedbound, and incidentally, the building used to be the county hospital, and the basement was originally the morgue. Now, my mom saw a lot of strange shit while she was there, including a dark man wearing a hat that had a dog with red eyes, and a patient being thrown around by an unseen force, despite being paralyzed by a stroke. The woman screaming about how she'd made a deal with the devil. He was there to take her soul. Then there were the elevator doors, randomly changing floors and opening, and the sound of footsteps coming down the hall, but no one was there. She also routinely heard babies crying, and even saw babies crawling down the hallway in the middle of a night shift. It disappeared into the old morgue. My story, however, is about me. Just across from the parking lot door and the corner where the break room was located was a security desk built into the opposite corner where the 2 halls met. The security guard was my buddy. He would listen to me prattle on, ask me about what I was watching on the break room TV. He would give me quarters for the vending machine to go get snacks when I was hungry. My mom was pretty broke at the time, and school lunch had been a long time ago, and dinner was a long ways away. So my security guard buddy was the shit. He went off on rounds every hour or so, and sometimes my mom would pop into the break room and ask if I was all right. She'd ask me where I got the honey bun from, and I told her the security guard gave me a quarter. She'd give me a funny look, but I figured she was just having a stranger danger moment being Gen X. Fast forward years later, my mom had just had a knee replacement, and at the same time I caught pertussis while pregnant, so we're both laying in bed binging on Netflix. And I go to ask her, "Hey, what was that dude's name? The security guard who used to buy me all those snacks, those honey buns, remember? Skinny black dude?" My mom told me that not only did she not have a security guard at the time at all, but that also at the time, the only black employees were female nurses. Never been able to figure it out. I would say it's a false memory, but how did I get the money? The food? Any ideas? A couple of years ago during COVID-19, my brother had to be brought to the hospital as he almost OD'd on drugs. This meant that I was completely and utterly alone in the house. It was around 2, maybe 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and they had been gone for a couple of hours, most likely having tests run on my brother. Anyway, I was upstairs in my bedroom when all of a sudden I got this rather eerie feeling, yet I couldn't place it. So I checked the house out of sheer boredom and curiosity, I guess. Anyway, the house turns out to be completely empty apart from me and my pets, so I go upstairs and laugh it off as a moment of madness. Only seconds after that, I heard the loudest and yet, as I can only describe, as blood-curdling scream that anyone could ever hear. In fact, it sounded so impossibly loud that I can't imagine it being humanly possible. The worst thing about this scream is that it was my mother's voice, screaming my name. So naturally, I rushed down the stairs, fearing the worst, only to find in complete shock and terror that the house was still completely empty. I was rightfully terrified, so immediately I ran out of the house. I checked to see if any of the neighbors had heard this terrifying scream. As I was asking, I just got puzzled looks. This has always freaked me out ever since it happened. I'd just like to know what was impersonating my mother and why. So the background is that several years ago, I was just behind, but not involved in, a fatal traffic crash where a woman died. I was right at the scene, so I saw her pass away. It was horrible, but I deal with crashes in my job a fair bit, so it wasn't overly scary for me, just extremely sad, of course. Sidebar, and it's a story in and of itself, but not long before the crash, I saw my doppelganger for a brief period in a crowded store. But back to the crash victim. Let's call her Fiona. Fiona's mom, who I'll call Mary, runs a local store that she started after Fiona's death. My mom loves this shop, but I send her in alone. There's an energy there that's so dark, and I physically, spiritually, mentally can't stand it. I have no logical explanation. The staff and Mary are lovely. The sales are great, but there's something that makes me feel the deepest, darkest sense of repulsion and dread anywhere near that store. It's not because I saw Fiona after the crash either, because, like I said, seeing crashes has been part of my job. You learn not to let it affect you too much. So my mom was just chatting about how she wants to go there. I said I'd drop her off next time we went to town, and I told her again how weird the feeling is that I can't explain, how dark and strong it is, and how I can't think of why I get it or what it is. Even hearing anyone else talk about the store gives me a sense of deep dread. As I'm discussing this, a white figure dashes past the window in front of the house. Right along the outside of the house, it looked tallish, thin, female, but no distinct features. Dashed so fast I couldn't have made them out anyway. My dog freaked out and raced to the window to bark, and I rushed right away to check the front door, but whatever it was gone. Just a series of creepy encounters, I guess. A few days ago, I moved into a real house after 10 years of living in a tiny one-bedroom apartment. The only reason I could afford it was because a woman had killed her daughter in the guest bathroom. The family was desperate to be done with the place. Though I deeply sympathized with the tragic loss they suffered, I didn't really mind a house with sordid history. I've never believed in ghosts, bad juju, or any of that stuff. By the time I moved in, the murder was over a year in the past, and the home had been professionally cleaned. The mother was able to continue living there for a few weeks before the body was discovered during a welfare check. But the neighbors behaved as if I was moving in the day after it had happened. Some checked their mail, washed their cars, while others peeked through their blinds. But not a single one introduced themselves or offered to help me unload the U-Haul. Don't get me wrong, I didn't expect them to. In fact, I'd been dreading it. But if they were going to gawk anyway, I would have appreciated a little help with the bookshelves. It's perfectly natural for them to wonder who would buy such a house, but they didn't have to wonder. I'd have been happy to answer their questions. The sooner they got over the novelty of me moving in, the sooner I could settle into a boring suburban life. Well, as it turns out, they had more to gawk about than I realized. My first night was completely normal until I went to bed. It was just after midnight. I was totally exhausted. I don't even remember passing out. I just know it was almost 2 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of a child screaming. I leapt out of bed, confused and disoriented from being in a new house, and stumbled my way to the light switch. I was just starting to wonder if I dreamt the whole thing when the house was filled with a very distinct sound of splashing water, a child crying for help. I ran to the bathroom out of pure instinct. When I got there, the door was locked, but the light was on, and I could see shadows moving inside. My first thought was of an intruder, but why would someone break in solely to wreak havoc in my bathroom? I pounded on the door as the screaming continued, but it wouldn't budge. Finally, I ran to the kitchen, hoping to find something skinny enough to wedge into the opening. And everything instantly fell silent. When I returned, the door opened easily, the light was off, and there wasn't a drop of water in the tub. I checked every room just to be sure, before collapsing into bed and sleeping through till morning. The sunlight made everything from the previous night seem like a bad dream, and I would have convinced myself that's what it was if I hadn't woken up with a spatula in my hand. I went for a run to clear my head, met one of the neighbors on my route. She asked how my first night was, and something about the look on her face made me tell the truth. Thank goodness, too, because she would have never told me what she knew if I hadn't. Apparently, several people have heard screams coming from my house, and even on quiet nights, they've seen the bathroom light on. The strangest part about that is that the power was shut off until the day I moved in. The first time anyone saw it, they called the police, but there was no sign of squatters. Nothing else happened until last night, when I woke up to the sound of footsteps barreling down the hallway. A louder, heavier pair seemed to be right behind the smaller, lighter set, and I could practically see the mother chasing her poor daughter into the bathroom. I half expected to hear the door slam despite leaving a chair on the threshold, but everything fell silent when the footsteps reached the end of the hall. I barely slept the rest of the night. I kept dreaming that a little pale girl was watching me from the corner of the room. I'd open my eyes and imagine shapes in the darkness. Half the time, I don't know which moments were real and which ones were imaginary. The bottom line is, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I really don't want to spend another night in that house, but I have nowhere else to go. My entire life savings is tied up in a haunted piece of shit that nobody wants. Seriously, what the hell am I gonna do? I think I moved next door to a witch. I recently bought a house in the country, and my only neighbor is a woman in her 50s. She lives about 2 miles up the road, and though we've never officially met, I see her outside all the time. She's usually in her garden when I drive by. and she always seemed like a harmless old lady. I didn't think anything was off about her at all until the last full moon. It was a weekend, so I was up late, smoking and stargazing on my back porch, when I noticed roughly a dozen bobbing lights down the road. I didn't know who it could be, so I quietly ducked inside and watched a group of people pass by. They were chanting something that I couldn't understand. It may have been another language, and all of the voices sounded distinctly female. On top of that, each person was carrying a gas lantern, and they were all wearing black hooded robes. Despite anything else, it's too hot for that during this time of year. It was too dark to make out their faces, but the one in the lead had the same hunched-over stride as my neighbor. There's no mistaking that waddle. I watched the group until they were out of sight and made a pot of coffee. I didn't feel like sleeping now that I knew those people were out there. Whatever they were doing, it didn't feel innocent, and that was soon proven by a distant scream. I couldn't even tell if it was human or animal, but thankfully, it was the only one. An hour later, I saw the bobbing lights return, and I watched as the robed figures passed by once more, in silence this time. I wanted to know what they were doing, but I was too afraid to traipse through the dark forest alone, so I waited until morning. Then I followed the road about half a mile down, until I noticed a small trail to my right. It was still muddy from the last rain, so it was easy to follow their footprints along the way. I almost turned around after about 30 minutes, and part of me wishes I had, but at least this way, I know to be wary around my neighbor and her, friends. After another 15 minutes on the ever-narrowing trail, I came to a small clearing. In the center were the remnants of a campfire, and a large boulder that was seemingly used as a makeshift table. It was stained with something I assumed to be blood, hopefully from a chicken, judging by all the feathers scattered about. I guess it could have been a chicken scream that I heard the previous night, but there's always the chance that my mind just wants to think that. As more time passes, my memories fade, and I begin to replace them with less terrifying possibilities. There were also several piles of rocks stacked up around the clearing perimeter, and bundles of small sticks tied together with twine. I don't know what any of that means, but I've seen similar items in various documentaries related to witchcraft. I really don't know what I should do next. Should I do anything? I considered calling the police, but what would I say? And what would happen if they confronted my neighbor? I'm the only other person who lives on this road. There would be no denying that I was the one to report her. Regardless of anything else, it feels reckless to piss off a potential witch. So far, she's never bothered me, and I'd like to keep it that way. The only thing I know for certain is that I'm going to keep my cats inside at night, especially during a full moon. Me and my buddy Nolan took our kids to do some camping and fishing one weekend outside of Bozeman. It was hot and the kids screamed in roughhouse the whole time getting there. My kid's name is Ryder. He's 7. Nolan's kid's name is Dylan. He's 6. The whole drive there, they wouldn't shut up. I put on Kids Bop, but they shouted over the music with their own lyrics about farts. Nolan laughed and encouraged it. I was flatlining on patience. We get to our camping spots and the kids jump out of the van. Their demeanor completely changes. Both of them instantly quiet down and almost look scared to be there. I ask what's wrong, and Ryder says he doesn't like it here. I'm like, are you serious? This place is beautiful. I'm theatrically throwing my arms in the air, closing my eyes, taking a deep breath. I do this as I turn, facing away from them. When I open my eyes, and I'm not shitting you, in the bright sunlight about 20 yards out from us, in the brush, the weirdest, ugliest looking deer comes from behind a large fir tree. I hear the kids yip behind me when they also notice it. As the deer walked out, Its head was already turned in our direction. There was razor wire wrapped around its antlers, neck, and body, like it recently gotten tangled up in a farmer's fence or something. Part of the wiring metal wasn't visible because of how deep it was in some sections. And there was a lot of wire wrapped around this poor deer, from antlers down to its legs, wrapped around its body a few times, like it did a couple of tornado spins trying to escape. But apparently, all of those spins did the trick. If one of us would have brought a gun, we would have put it out of its misery. But all we could do at this point was watch this deer slowly walk out from behind the tree. Nolan tells the kids to get back in the car, and he and I basically shield their windows with our backs as we stare at this deer. The deer maintaining its gaze towards us. Then its broken shuffle quickens into an agonizing trot. It starts cranking its head around violently. The motion starts pushing and pulling the tangled wires, essentially beginning to saw itself apart. Pause. I'm sorry, I think I should ask if you're squeamish. Please skip this next part. Okay. The deer is bucking and thrashing in the clearing so much that it saws through its stomach. Blood, intestines, bursting into the grass, and it's the saddest, most disgusting, disturbing, vomit-inducing thing I've ever seen. The deer doesn't die, though. Its thrashing stops, and it remained standing with half of its innards on the ground, and blood still pouring waterfalls from its gaping wounds. Nolan and I watch the deer then once again attempt a labored walk parallel of us, dragging its intestines. The deer limps forward towards the lake. Its legs start pushing faster, all out of sync with themselves, and it starts thrashing again before doing those long deer leaps into the lake. We watch the water splash and the deer continue to move further off of the lake shore. Eventually, its antlers were out of sight and the water became still again. I was so grateful that Nolan told the kids to get in the van when he did. It was like the deer was possessed, like it knew what it was doing to itself. I was fearful that it could have had some new illness affecting the deer population or something. We made the kids stay in the car, but it was a bright sunny day, and the deer had done its death dance right in the middle of a sunny patch of grass. It looked like the grass had been watered with a sprinkler full of blood and deer pieces. Just dead center in between two bushes. Splatterville. We weren't about to fish in that lake either. Before we left, I called the parks department to describe what we'd just seen. And because of this, we haven't been camping since. I think Ryder's afraid of deer now. To be honest with you, I am too. The deer looked dead when it first bent its neck from around the tree. Part of me was trying not to shit myself that I was seeing some sort of real zombie deer, maybe rabies. Could that contaminate the lake depending on how long the deer's body was down there? I have no clue. Again, it also never resurfaced. I'm sure the wires got tangled up at the bottom. The next person to snorkel that part of the lake must have had quite a surprise, if so. Well, thanks. It almost feels a little less nasty knowing other people know. When I was a kid, my uncle owned an antique shop and my parents would leave me with him when I didn't have school. During my 5th grade spring break, I was dropped off at 7:30 and picked up at 5:30. Sometimes I cleaned, sometimes my uncle would show me an interesting item, but most of the time, I played with his personal collection in the back area. He had all sorts of antique toys. My favorites were the tabletop pinball machines, but he also had a jack-in-the-box that dated back to the 1700s. He bought it the previous month, but wanted to show it to me before he sold it. Apparently, it came with an interesting story, One about a doctor having it made especially for an ill child who passed away shortly after. The family left his room as a shrine and spent much of their time praying over his bed. Soon, they began hearing noises during the night, only to find the boy's jack-in-the-box in a new position. I was fully into the story, gawking at this old toy in slight fear but complete awe, until my uncle burst into laughter and explained how many dealers made up stories to bolster the desire of a specific item. This was the 60s, by the way, so it worked pretty well back then. I was disappointed, but that didn't stop me from enjoying the toy itself. The original ones didn't have a hand crank. They were just boxes, and the puppets popped out when you opened them. I think the first one was made by a German in the 1500s, but don't quote me on that. My uncle's apartment was upstairs, and I was having so much fun that he offered to keep me overnight. My parents agreed, happy to save the extra trip, and I continued playing with all the best toys. Later that evening, I made a bed on the couch. I tried to ignore the extremely loud snores coming through the paper-thin walls. Sadly, my efforts were futile. Anytime I came close to dozing off, the steady snores would be interrupted by a sudden animalistic grunt that scared me back to reality. Sometime after 1, I decided to take my blanket and pillows downstairs to sleep on the floor, but once I began descending the steps, I heard a strange sound below. It almost sounded like a rat was dragging a trap along, so I went to check it out. After flipping on the lights, it stopped instantly, and I turned to see the jack-in-the-box lying on the floor, top open, with the puppet stretched out of it, as if it had been pulling itself along. My uncle and I had gone upstairs together, and we'd left the toy in the middle of the table. There was no way for it to have fallen off. As I stood frozen at the base of the steps, something small ran across the room behind me. I turned around in search of the source, but nothing was there. I was only looking away for a second, yet when I turned back again, the puppet's head was on its side, facing me. It made me jump backwards, and I tripped over something, I don't know what. I felt it when my foot rolled over the top of it, but I couldn't find anything afterwards. I got up to close the jack-in-the-box, like it was waiting to bite me. That's what it felt like, and I held the lid tight. I put it back on the table, and I set an old jar full of marbles on top. Then I ran upstairs as fast as my legs would carry me. All the while, I could still hear the faint snores coming through the wall. My uncle had slept through everything. It made me wonder what else he slept through. Just as I opened the apartment door, the same light footsteps came racing up the dark steps behind me. I practically threw myself over the threshold of the door. The steps came all the way up to the door before stopping right outside. And then there was just silence. I had engaged both locks, but didn't trust them enough to not hold the door shut as well. I guess it could have still gotten through easily enough, but when you're in that situation, you act based on instinct. You don't remember that a barrier can't protect you from an angry ghost or spirit or whatever. I didn't hear another sound that night. It was almost 3 a.m. when I finally worked up enough courage to sit down. I still never got to sleep, but I only had to lay there for 2 more hours. My uncle got up at 5. His awful snoring finally came to an end. A few minutes later, he came out of his room. He saw me sitting there, wide awake, asking how I slept. Since I was 10, I didn't exaggerate. Everything came spilling out of me like a rehearsed speech, because I had been telling it in my head for 2 hours. Needless to say, he didn't believe my story and insisted that I only had a nightmare. I didn't push too hard because I knew that he'd think differently once we got downstairs, and he saw the jar on the box. Unfortunately, the jar was broken, and marbles were scattered all over, while the box remained sitting exactly where we had left it the evening before, not where I had just left it hours before. My uncle's logical conclusion was that I got up to mischief during the night, broke a jar of marbles, and made up a story to cover my ass. As an adult, I can look back and fully understand his point, but at the time, I really resented him for not believing me. I've had a few other experiences over my life, enough that I have no doubt something else is here with us. But nothing ever frightened me quite as badly as that creepy puppet. I'm currently 20 years old, and I've never suffered from any form of hallucinations or schizophrenia. I'm a healthy, reasonable, well-balanced adult. I'm not sure if I can believe in the supernatural, but these memories are causing irrational feelings. My sister and I grew up in an old, Midwestern farmhouse, and she's convinced it was haunted. She has multiple stories that I may post someday, and I also saw a few odd things, but it could all be explained by a child's imagination, I suppose. Once a year, usually during the winter, I had vivid, closed-eyed hallucinations where random images flashed through my mind, and a strange voice spoke to me. To clarify, these are not dreams. When I opened my eyes, everything would stop, and when I closed them again, it would start right back up. The visions began with an older man's distressed voice and random household objects such as shoes, lamps, dressers, or doors. The voice would repeat things like, "Where is it? I can't find it." I vividly remember that specific line repeating multiple times. After several minutes, I would see items like a globe or the sky, and a warm, soft female voice would say, "It's me." Then the sensation ended, and I could finally go back to sleep. This only happened once a year during the ages 6 to 9. I developed anxiety around winter because I feared having the dream. But then they stopped, and I forgot about them immediately. I only began re-examining my memories a few years ago. Does anyone know what this could mean, or if it's supernatural? I want as many viewpoints as possible because I'm at a loss. So in the past, I've only ever encountered ghostly experiences that have been frightening, even if I didn't really feel like the entity meant harm. Well, recently I started a new job. One of the things I was told was that the aircon is rarely used, as the building is somehow always chilly. Just a note, I live in a hot climate, so it's not really a normal thing. Nothing seemed off except sometimes people would get locked out of rooms even though they hadn't turned the knob to lock the door. This also happened to me once. Still, didn't think anything of it until I was alone in the building for a while. And I heard what sounded like someone pottering around in the kitchen. There's only 2 ways to get into the building. One entry was solidly locked, and the other I would have heard. Plus, if anyone came in that way, they'd have walked right past me. I checked the kitchen. No one. A little odd. Today my boss was in the office chatting to me. There were some strange noises from the front room. Like someone knocking, but with an object, and inside the building. My boss investigated, but didn't find anything or anyone. Later, the aircon had been switched on, yet no one had done it. There are only 3 of us working today, and no one put it on. It's only been in the past 24 hours that I realized which old building I'm in. I'm just going to call it Albert's building. In the past, I'd heard shopkeepers in that building complain about a ghost. Last night I dreamed I was getting phone calls from a little boy ghost. I should also point out that the room I work out of has a super thick and oppressive atmosphere, almost like the air has weight to it. I find it very hard to focus in that room. The thing is, however, I don't feel scared in the building. If anything, I feel sort of like it's a friendly spirit, mostly because even though it's chilly in the office, I still like the aircon to be on. The other day I turned it on and another woman turned it off. I'd been a bit too stuffy. I feel like the cheeky ghost put it on for me. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's just mechanics of an old building. Who knows? So I live in a little farming community in Virginia. Nothing out here but cotton and peanuts and, well, apparently ghosts. I know that there was at least 2 in the store, but now apparently only 1. Number 1, he or she likes to knock things over, especially when we're talking about him or her. Him or her also likes to appear as an orb in the security cameras. Number 2, the one I'm fairly sure isn't there anymore, was a kind of, what's the word? Can't think of it, a spirit stuck in a cycle, so to speak. It was a dude in a black hoodie. Now I could easily say that it was just a trick of my eyes, were it not for the fact that I saw him over and over and over, or occasionally mistook him for a customer or one of the 2 men that I work with. The first time I realized I was seeing a ghost was when I saw this man walk from the Coke window to the beer window. I thought it was my coworker James fronting the cooler windows, only for James to then walk inside as he'd been walking the trash to the dumpster. I got kind of a cold pit in my stomach when I realized the person I saw wasn't technically there. A few times I was shocked that a customer had managed to get in the store without the doorbell ringing, saying hello as is required by the company, only to check security cameras beside my register and realize the floor was completely empty. So I began to be more cognizant of what I was seeing. The pattern happens like this. The man starts at the sodas, walks to the single beer window, then disappears. I started talking to him because I'm mouthy. You can't drink beer anymore, man. You're dead. You can think I'm crazy if you want, but my other coworker Sam has seen him too. I guess I saw him about 15, 20 times in total, but one day I saw him do something different. Instead of walking from the soda to the beer, he started at the beer window and started walking down the candy aisle towards the register, then disappeared. After that, I've never seen him again, so personally, I hope this means that bro finally found his way out of the store. Rest in peace, my dear beer-drinking friend. You know how sometimes the day just gets away from you? Time passes like both molasses and the speed of light. There's times where so many things happen in a day, it's hard to remember any of it outside of a chaotic blur. Even if I think I have stored something away in the remember to tell someone about this bank, a slew of meetings, several phone calls later, I've lost it. Many a story is likely lost this way. I'm only saying this because I just came to that epiphany when I remembered something crazy weird that happened to me yesterday. I'd even forgot to tell my wife about it because I'd gathered too many other stories about my day that took up the conversation. Yesterday, I'm standing in the elevator alone at work. It's the middle of the day. I felt an ice-cold hand grasp around my wrist. It wasn't like a scary grasp. Almost like a child was grabbing my arm and then quickly pulled away. When I felt it, I didn't think to recoil away. My first thought was, there's definitely nobody else in this elevator with me. That was weird. I didn't even bother turning around. Just accepted what had happened as a bit creepy. Then I got off on my floor and went straight to my desk. And that was that. Does this story bring up any, oh yeah, I forgot that happened, little repressions for anyone else? Or is it just me? Ever since I created a post about my toxic ex and paranormal experience, my mood immensely improved. I feel 100 pounds lighter. It's only been a day since I created my first post, yet I feel so much better knowing that someone may have read what I've been through in the past. Still, There's a few things I failed to mention. My parents persuaded me, more like forced me, to move to a different town and study at a different university because they worried about me being with my toxic boyfriend at the time. My mother and I were looking for an apartment or a room for me to rent. We stayed in this town looking for a place to rent for 2 weeks. We'd almost given up hope walking around town when my mother suddenly saw an old lady hanging a sign in the front of a door. It said, "For rent." My mother immediately walked towards the old lady who turned out to be the owner of the place. She invited us to see the house. When I walked in there, something felt off. I immediately whispered into my mother's ear that it looked like a witch's house. That's the first thought that popped into my mind. I really didn't like the place. The old lady told us that a young couple stayed there for years, but they had to leave because the girl's father had passed away the day before. Their furniture was still there, and we did meet them because they were moving the very same day that my mother spoke to the owner. It all happened very fast for the couple, but for us as well. I moved in there after 2 or 3 days. The house was so awkwardly built, and I was so scared to live in there that I had the lights on the whole time when it was nighttime. It had a long staircase that led to a hallway. On one side, there was a door leading to the kitchen. On the other side, there was another door leading to the bedroom. In the middle of the hallway, there was a third door leading to the bathroom. I hesitate bringing up the small attic above the bathroom because I never even dared to look inside. It was located above the bathroom ceiling, like a small storage room, but it was big enough for someone to climb in. Of course, I never did it. The first night, I left my bedroom door open. Big mistake. I dreamed that I was walking across the hallway and it was dark. All 3 doors opened. I passed the bathroom door, and I saw 2 bright yellow eyes staring at me. I immediately ran into the bedroom. I threw myself on the bed, and the dark figure wrapped one hand around my neck and started choking me. I forced myself awake, but as I was waking up, I started coughing. My neck felt hurt like I was choking in real life. In fact, I'm not even sure if I was dreaming this whole time because the figure dissolved, but the eyes stayed for a while. I immediately shut the door, locked it, switched the lights on, threw a blanket over my head. I started to pray until I fell asleep. I'm someone who knows when I'm dreaming and when I'm not. I'm always aware of the dreaming me whenever I'm having a good dream or a bad dream. I feel like I was not really dreaming. I lived there for almost 4 years. I was always afraid of nighttime. I locked the doors. I always kept the lights on. Things got better when I broke up with my toxic ex and I found a new boyfriend. I felt protected, no presence around when he was near. He stayed in my house almost every night and I was happy. What's also really strange is that a white cat that had one green eye and one blue eye would climb onto the tree near my window. It would get into my house whenever I left the window open. I didn't have any paranormal activity because of it, though. I don't know if it helped me or if it didn't, but as odd as I found this incident to be, I didn't feel threatened by the cat. My parents visited me. When they did, I told my father, and he was alarmed. He started looking for the cat. It never showed up again. I only saw the cat once on my house's rooftop and a few times near my house. My sister and one of my sister's friends did report paranormal activity when they stayed over at my house. They told me the door flew open one night, and the strange thing is that they had it locked. What's even stranger is I've dreamed of that particular door flying open. It's almost like I knew the house would do that, even when I wasn't there. So, backstory. When I was young, maybe around 14, I was obsessed with ghosts. I'd research about them, watch shows about them. Just had all of this curiosity all over. Within a few months, I started hearing noises, having disturbing dreams. I'd constantly hear footsteps when I was alone, and things like falling off the walls or doors slamming. I'd constantly have sleep paralysis dreams, but never saw anything. Not yet. Finally, one day, I woke up around 3 a.m. The energy in the room, it was off. Like someone was around watching me. It's the middle of winter in Illinois. The moon was out and it was snowing outside, so the moonlight was shining through my window. I finally muster up the courage to look over my covers, and 3 feet away from me is this solid black figure. It was like 7 feet tall, kind of looked like a person with a draped blanket covering it. The texture was also very rough. It nearly gave me a heart attack, so I put my covers over my head and fell back asleep. I woke up in the morning and thought maybe I was dreaming. Later in the day, I start telling my sister about it while sitting in my room, and then all of the lights in my room shut off. So we all get up and leave and start screaming. Later that night, I go to bed, and then I wake up around the same time. Before I open my eyes, I can tell I'm not facing the wall. I slowly open my eyes, and that same figure is standing a foot away from me. I go back under the covers for a few minutes, and then double-check to make sure I'm not dreaming. It's still there. I end up telling my mom, and she sages the house, and that was the end of that. Present day, I just moved into a new apartment, my first time living alone. I just can't stop thinking about this creepy-ass face in my mind. Just imagine, like a girl from The Grudge. My closet is giving me weird vibes. I'm just really afraid if I keep thinking about it, the same thing will end up happening. Except this time there's no one else living with me or here to help. I should probably go to sleep soon. I'm just too scared to turn off the lights. I think I might sleep with the window open, just to hear the outside noises. Any advice? Does thinking about this type of stuff invite it into your home? I wanted to share an experience that happened in my home last Thanksgiving. For the last 20 years, I've been living in an octagon house. It was built in 1855. I've experienced many things over the years. The last major event happened as my family and I sat down for Thanksgiving dinner at 4. Shortly after everyone was seated, I clearly heard footsteps on the second floor, directly above the kitchen. The steps continued across the room, then down the stairs, directly outside the open kitchen doorway. Then they began coming towards me from behind, but it all happened so fast that I didn't even look back. I could actually feel the thumping on the floorboards as the footsteps approached. Before I could say anything, my youngest daughter looked under the table, accused me of making the noise. I firmly denied this, confirmed she was hearing and feeling the same thing too. It was very creepy. And it was also strange that my younger daughter was the only other one to experience it. My other daughter and wife didn't have a clue what we were talking about. That's how it is with all the weird stuff in our house. I guess we're more sensitive to these things than they are. When my daughter was 6 years old, she had this doll that would sing a song when a button was pressed. It's that dark English nursery rhyme. Ring, a Roses song. She loved this thing, practically took it everywhere, talked to it, sang to it. Typical kid stuff, really. It always sort of bothered my husband, though. The doll itself, not her relationship with it. He claimed it was creepy, and as unreal as it sounds, he had nightmares about the doll. Never sharing this with our daughter, of course. I'll admit that I did sort of give him a hard time about all of it, just because it sounded so silly to me. But for a period of time, he sort of blamed me for playing jokes on him, as he'd find the doll in random cabinets he was meant to open, or sitting upright on a counter, places our daughter couldn't reach, and especially our son couldn't reach. He was just 4 at the time. However, I never did any of those things, truly. Eventually, he believed me because apparently it happened while I was away. So that's the doll. Here's the story. One spring, we decided not to let our daughter take the doll with us to a hotel and water park. The doll wasn't water-friendly, and we feared that she would get lost or ruined. This was a bit of a fight. Our daughter was upset, told us the doll was upset. All the things a child would try to do to get their way. But my husband was more adamant than ever, putting his foot down, saying it wasn't that kind of vacation and we wouldn't be bringing any of our toys. Eventually, the meltdown was over, the doll was forgotten, another normal child reaction. We were staying just outside of town, had only been gone for 2 of the 3 planned days. That evening, around dinner time, a neighbor who'd been watching the home called to report a house fire. They explained the damage, and all I could think was how lucky we were to not have been inside. We made the drive home that evening, and as soon as we arrived back home, it was immediately obvious we couldn't stay there. My sister took the kids while my husband and I stayed behind, sorted out the details with the fire brigade. According to them, it was faulty wiring in the master bedroom. We've never had any issues with the home's wiring. Not to mention, it wasn't a very old house, not like many neighborhoods around us. Once the fire was out, the brigade was gone. My husband and I walked around the smoking house until about 3 in the morning. Our room was destroyed, while the kids' room was completely intact. Other rooms had smoke damage, but it was clear the bulk of the disaster was our room. We had a large wardrobe in the room. It was an antique. Still standing, but completely destroyed from the smoke and fire, except for the top smaller cabinets where we stored pillowcases and such. I about jumped out of my skin when I walked near the wardrobe and heard my daughter's doll start singing that song. I felt no ease when I realized the irony of her song. Ashes, ashes, all fall down. My husband heard it too, running to where I was, immediately asking me, "Where did you find it?" He sees I'm not holding anything, but the doll is still singing on repeat. I go to open the cupboard, but he stops me, telling me he'll do it. He pulls the doll out, unscathed and still singing. He asks me point blank, "Did you put this in here?" I was about over the accusations at this point, and I asked why the hell I would do that, especially now. Reason must have reached him as his facial expression changed. He very seriously told me to call my sister to pick me up, that he was going to take care of this. I wasn't sure if he meant the mess or the doll, but I called my sister, and that's where the doll story ended for me. For my husband, it ends with him literally incinerating the doll to nothing but ash, burning it in a pile of already burnt rubble, then continuing to sweep the contents of the area into a bag, which he disposed of at a local pub's waste reciprocal. I'm not sure if I share his same paranoia, but I will say I don't typically believe in coincidences. And that doll playing that song at that very moment, it felt deliberate. Lucky for us, our daughter assumed she'd lost the doll in the fire, so we just ran with it. In fact, we ran with it for over 16 years. Last Thursday was my first time ever getting knocked out. My friend said I got dropped twice, but I don't remember the second one. The Acacia Strain had a show at the Ace of Cups in Columbus. Me and my friend Tanner are on the edge of the pit, and there's this dick making circles, swinging and windmill kicking the ring of people forming the walls of the pit. People that obviously don't want to mosh or else they'd be in there kicking and swinging. I hate those kinds of people at shows. Hated them before this incident, hate them even more now. The building was packed, making it impossible for me to just scoot backwards. Courteous moshers respect the fist-out barrier. This dick was not. I never got his name, so I'll start calling him Richard, so this won't get flagged for how many times I reference him. The Acacia Strain were only a few songs in when Richard made his way back around to our part of the circle, still jumping backwards into people on the outskirts with haymakers and Chun-Li spin kicks. I see him coming, and I have my arm stretched out. But Richard chose not to respect the unwritten rule others abide by. I was told he'd made solid contact with his elbow to my chin. Tanner could hear the crunch over the blaring music. My eyes rolled into the back of my head, but I don't collapse because of how packed the room is. My body couldn't fall anywhere. The last thing I remember is putting my arm out. Tanner told me my eyes roll back forward, and I tried going after the guy before he could stop me. It didn't end well. What I remembered next was the medic asking me questions outside. I couldn't breathe through my nose, and it felt like a bowl of water was sloshing in my head. I'd also lost a tooth. It was bad enough that they decided to take me in the ambulance to the hospital. This is where my memories differ from what Tanner tells me. When we got into the ambulance, I remember seeing another woman in there, dressed in street clothes. What I thought at the time was that she'd also been hurt at the show. But Tanner says it was just he and the medic sitting back there with me, and the medic was a dude. I swear, though, I could describe this woman perfectly. I was conscious the whole trip. At one point, we made eye contact. Tears had smeared makeup down her cheeks. Her hair was long, straight black. Her eyes were also black, like she was wearing those colored contacts from Hot Topic. She was hauntingly beautiful, so much so that I instantly became self-conscious, knowing I'd just gotten the shit kicked out of me. I probably wasn't in the right vibe to be talking game to this girl. She also didn't look like she was in the right space for that either. I tried to stop myself from turning and gazing up at her, instead trying to focus on Tanner and the medic talking guitars. I was disappointed by my own cowardice for not even introducing myself. She wasn't in the ER waiting room, and believe me, I searched. That's when Tanner was like, "What are you doing?" And I say, "Trying to find the girl who rode up here in the ambulance with us." He made a confused expression, but his eyebrows were raised like, uh-oh. He might have been hit a little harder than I thought. I didn't believe him when he told me that there was no one in the ambulance with us. I went as far as going to the front desk and asking if a girl matching my description had checked in right before me. I explained she'd taken the same ambulance as us, but the woman said no. It was a slow night, and the waiting room was practically empty. To this day, I still question if she was real or not. I could smell her perfume, feel the pressure of someone's knees leaned up against the side of the stretcher. I don't know. It all felt pretty real. KK was a friend of mine who passed away in May 2016. In high school, he was the life of the party. The daredevil antics he'd perform would sometimes result in him breaking something or getting into fights with the kids whose families actually owned the houses we were getting trashed at that particular night. After we graduated, KK never really got his shit together. He continued the drinking and partying long after most of us had left for college or started working. He was passionate about photography and had a charm that could melt the coldest of personalities. And he was smart, surprisingly smart, yet incredibly unmotivated about any other aspect of life that didn't involve a party or his camera. In our friend circles, and I'm sure this is the same for others as well, if you were to look at it like tiers on a cake, you'd have your best friend on top, your number one trusted friend. Then the second tier, a group of 3 or 4 that you always do everything with, your squad. Then the tiers below are self-evident from one another. This long-winded simile all to state that KK didn't really have those tears. He never had a best friend, and he rotated between lunch tables depending on who he was talking to that day. KK was well liked amongst all the circles of friend groups. His house would be the one that most of us have our best high school memories at. If KK had parents, we never met them, but every weekend his house was filled with bottles of alcohol. The basement of his house looked like an arcade with dozens of large cabinets in rows on the wall. There was an air hockey table in the middle of the room that we would utilize for more than just air hockey. I would attribute the beer pong accuracy I have today to the time spent in KK's basement. When school was out, my chances to attend a party at KK's would start to become less and less. I'd still receive a text every weekend inviting me out, and I'd have to text back that I was working or had previously made plans. One night, a few of my other friends text me that they were going over there to party. I didn't have work in the morning, and as much as my laundry needed tending, I thought it would be fun to get a couple of drinks in, see who's there, catch up for at least a few hours. When I get there, it's like stepping into a time capsule. I find my friends downstairs. A beer pong game is happening on the air hockey table. And I hear KK scream my name before he nearly tackles me to the floor with a hug. The night proceeds and I end up staying way longer than I planned on being there. We're all around the Mortal Kombat cabinet, watching some people play, when KK pulls me to the side and basically confesses a love that he's had for me since middle school. I try to let him down easy, best I can. Explaining things in my life are really hectic. I wasn't trying to get involved with anyone while I'm still trying to find myself. Eventually, we managed to turn the uncomfortable moment into a joke, and he and I played a couple of games of asteroids before I left. On one of our last games, he got a pretty high score, and when he entered his initials to the leaderboard, he typed in LUV. I pretended not to notice. Then I went and said my goodbyes to my other friends and left. Later that week, a friend calls me up and asks if I heard what happened to KK. One of the housekeepers showed up and found him at the bottom of the bathtub. Water had been overflowing for hours, flooding the whole upstairs. He'd set up live wires, tightly gripped in each of his hands. Another set of wires in his mouth. All the wires crudely split by a knife that he'd used to hang his departure letter by sticking it into the wall. In the letter, KK wrote of his battle with depression, alcoholism, and mental health. It was worse than anyone could have guessed. At the end, he made a list of all of his things and what he was giving to who. It was really heartbreaking to hear all of this, and I wouldn't have expected to be one of the names on the list. But a little after that, a large shipping truck pulls into my cul-de-sac and delivers a big wooden crate to my porch. It's too big to fit through the door, so the men put it in the garage. I use a hammer from my roommate's toolbox to get the crate open. KK had given me the asteroids cabinet, the one we were playing the last time I saw him. The gesture brought a tear to my eye. When my roommates got home from work that night, I made them help me plug it in. When the screen lit up, it flashed the high scores, and LUV Love still held the number 4 spot. Seeing it made my heart hurt and twist more. I broke down and finally expelled this guilt that I was feeling about KK's death. I didn't know how much I was holding inside until it all came out. I cried and cried, inconsolably, until every tear had fallen and I was too tired to continue. I get in bed and try to fall asleep. Exhausted from all the emotions, I doze off fast, but eventually a sound wakes me up again. The garage wall is the same wall that my bed is on, and I hear the buzzes and beeps of the asteroid cabinet and my roommate slamming away on the buttons. It's enough of a disturbance that I can't go back to sleep. I'm more upset than I probably needed to be. My blood starts boiling at how disrespectful my roommates are being. They knew where this cabinet came from, but it sounded like they were treating it so rough. When I heard one of them shake the machine, I got out of bed ready to unleash hell. I leave my room and I notice the living room is completely dark. It's after 3, and I don't see the light coming from under the garage door like what I'd usually see if the lights were on and people were in there. I walk through the dark living room to the garage door and swing it open. The lights are off, and nobody's in the garage. The only light is the soft glow from the asteroids cabinet. Walking over to the machine felt eerie, but not scary. I know what I heard. The machine's sounds are unmistakable with anything else in this house. But with no evidence of anyone actually playing the game, I wasn't sure what to think. Then I checked the high scores listed on the screen. Now, LUV Love sat in not only the number 4 spot, but also number 3. For a moment, I thought my roommates were playing some sort of sick joke. But then I felt warm inside, almost as though someone had placed a warm blanket over my body. I touched the keys, just stayed there for a moment. Was he here with me? Now? Suddenly, I was speaking out loud. I'm so sorry. I miss you, KK. I thought all my tears had dried up earlier, but turns out there were some more in there after all. I stood crying over the machine for a while, talking. I didn't know to who, but I hoped KK. Eventually, the warm feeling sort of drifted away, and I found myself going back to bed. I never shared this story before. I didn't think anyone would understand or believe me anyways. But I got to thinking about it again, as I'm going to be moving into my first home here soon. My fiancé and I debated on keeping the thing or not. It was a short debate. For some reason, it just doesn't feel right getting rid of something like that. So its new home is my new home, and that feels pretty good. My family owns a bunch of land in Virginia. Most of it is forested. There's a short path leading through the woods behind our house that leads to a small graveyard from the Civil War era. When I was younger, I used to camp in the backyard and play ghost hunter. But I stopped after a particularly bad experience 5 years ago. It was the weekend after my 13th birthday, and I'd gotten a bunch of camping gear that year, including a new tent I couldn't wait to use. I set it up in my usual spot and everything was fine, until around 1 a.m. when I turned off the lanterns and crawled into my sleeping bag. I hadn't even had time to start dozing off when I heard footsteps walking from the direction of the graveyard. No one else lives around here. So for someone to be coming down that path, it was either a ghost or my dad trying for a cheap scare. And that's just not something he does, especially if it involves sneaking through the woods at night. I laid completely still and listened to the light but steady pace of something on 2 legs, growing closer and closer. When they stopped, it seemed as if they were only a few feet away. I was frightened, but also excited. In these old Civil War towns, everyone has a ghost story. Yet I lived on top of a cemetery and had nothing. Part of me believed I would unzip a corner of the tent, peer out, and see some soldier standing in the moonlight. Maybe he'd have a hole in his head or a missing leg. Maybe his eyes would glow and his teeth would be sharp. 1,000 images flashed through my mind as I sat frozen with my hand over the tent flap. But just as I decided to look outside, the footsteps began moving again. They were light as before, like a small child, and this time they didn't stop until they were directly next to my tent. The image of someone reaching down to open the flap was more than I could bear. That brief feeling of excitement was replaced by pure terror as a wave of reality washed over me. I couldn't handle the pitch-black silence. I knew I shouldn't turn on a light if there was a real person outside, but I just couldn't stand it. It took a minute of nervous fumbling, but when I finally got the lanterns on, I screamed until my throat was raw and my dad was pulling me out of the tent. With the lantern on its dimmest setting, it was hard to make out what was in front of me, but as my eyes focused, I realized I was just sitting with my face closer to the tent than I realized. Only, as I moved back, I saw that there was actually a very small, perfectly formed hand pressing into the side of the fabric. It had come within just inches of my face. As I screamed, the shape of a small face appeared just above the handprint. It was only there for a second before it and the hand vanished entirely, but the image remains burned into my mind, even now. The next thing I knew, my dad was pulling me out of there. He said he woke up thinking I was being murdered. He nearly fell down the stairs trying to rush out to me. He turned on the floodlights within the first minute of my screaming, but didn't see anyone, let alone a small child. The way I sounded, he thought someone was in the tent with me, or a snake had gotten into my sleeping bag. Something awful. I've never seen him look so scared, but once I explained what really happened, he instantly relaxed, said it was only a nightmare. I wasn't even close to falling asleep when everything started, and I definitely didn't turn the lantern back on in my sleep. I feel like I finally got the story I wanted, but this was a one-and-done thing for me. I have no desire to experience any more encounters. Lesson learned. When I was in the 4th grade, I spent spring break with my grandparents in Arizona. They lived in a pretty sleepy area, being retired and all. A short golf cart ride away, there was lots of golf courses, random activity centers, but mostly right around them is just desert. They did their best to keep me entertained, taking us to spring training games, dinosaur museums, a pretty cool zoo. We spent a good amount of time at my grandparents' actual house, though, which I quite enjoyed because they had a pool. Between that and my Nintendo DS, I managed to keep myself pretty busy, spending a good majority of time in that pool. Grandma was a smoker and a night owl, so she was often outside puffing away while I'd be swimming away. One night I was out there alone, my grandparents watching one of their shows inside. At some point my grandma must have come outside because when I looked over toward the back door, I saw her sitting there. It was a little off, though. She hadn't turned on the porch light and was essentially sitting in the dark. But I just kept swimming. Maybe she didn't plan on being out there long. The skies are pretty clear out there, so one of my favorite things to do was to float on my back and look up at the stars. While on my back, I feel something brush against my foot, and before I can react, something is grabbing my ankle. And I mean, I felt the feeling of a bony yet human hand. It wrapped around my ankle. It startled me for sure. Up to this point, my grandparents hadn't gone in the pool, but in the event that it was my grandma, I refrained from kicking my feet around. I positioned myself to stand in the pool, expecting to see my grandma, but I saw no one. As far as I could tell, I was alone, but I didn't feel like it. It felt like someone was watching me. Then there was my ankle. I could still recall the sensation. Within moments of realizing I was completely alone, I decided to go inside. When I opened the back door, I startled my grandparents, both of them saying that they had no idea I was out there, that I was so quiet. But hadn't you heard me or seen me, Grandma? I saw you out there, sitting in the dark like a creep, I joked. Only she didn't laugh. She turned around and looked at me, saying that she hadn't gone out for her smoke, not yet. I remember contemplating telling them about my ankle, or insisting I saw someone out there, but I didn't end up saying anything, except the next day, I did ask if they ever got any critters around here, and did anything ever get in the pool. They got weird. It's hard to explain, but they looked at each other in a way that made even me, a 4th grader, feel like they were hiding something. They told me no. Well, one did, while the other said, "Not really." Not really? What the heck did that mean? I kept wondering if they knew something. I really couldn't let it go, mentally. But they never said anything else about it, so neither did I. Until I got home, maybe 2 or 3 days after the whole thing. My older brother Luke, 19 at the time, was visiting from college for his spring break. One night, my family is outside by the fire eating. Parents are drinking, and Luke asks what I did for spring break. So I told him. He instantly starts laughing when I get to the swimming part, and he says something about that being gnarly. Which part, though? I was confused because I hadn't even told him about the weird thing, the part about my ankle or the person. My parents attempted to hush him from saying what he was trying to say, but he wasn't going to not tell me what was so gnarly. So he tells my parents, "Oh, that's messed up, you didn't tell him," all while still laughing. And then he says it. "You know an old dude died in there, right? Like last year, one of Grandma and Grandpa's parties. He just died in there. Heart attack or something. One of their friends." My parents were scolding my brother for laughing, and then my mom started scolding him for scaring me. Apparently, I hadn't moved or so much as reacted to what my brother had said. I was sort of in shock. I knew that I'd swam in the pool nonstop. I also knew something else, something no one else around me knew. Something was in that pool. Something was outside. I tried to shake it off, and I told my brother, whatever, chlorine kills all that anyways. I'd learned that from Grandpa himself when he'd treat the pool. But I could never really reconcile it all. I mean, the story my brother tells is unsettling, but the story I didn't tell, it's something I can't really explain. Even as an adult in my 20s, I don't understand it. Was it this guy's spirit? If so, since when can you feel that kind of stuff? Can you really be touched by ghosts? It seems so unreal, yet I have no other explanation for it. Attached to my old high school was a building with a swimming pool. One summer, my friends and I managed to break in. By break in, I should clarify that during the summer, it was open to the public, and we'd originally been there as guests. But we had the very bright idea that if we hid in the building during closing, we would eventually be left with the pool to ourselves. So that's what we did. We'd swam in the pool a million times, but for some reason, we imagined ourselves having a sort of party in there this time. We ran into a slight problem almost immediately, which was that closing this building down took a lot longer than any of us expected. And we'd spent a good amount of the night just hiding and dodging the janitorial staff. However, the lights eventually all turned off, and finally, we heard the main doors shut and lock. We all creeped out of our hiding places and met outside the pool room. This was a pretty old building in a relatively suburban small town. No cameras or anything like that to worry about. But we also realized we'd be swimming in basically total darkness. We tried for a while to switch the lights on, but we realized they all required a key. They weren't really switches at all. So just when we'd accepted our fate of swimming in total darkness, we realized the pool lights were on. It was pretty much dark everywhere except the pool, and for a while it was fun as hell. One friend, though, Devin, he always has to, do more, if you know what I mean. If we were skating, he had to try the craziest tricks or skate the places we weren't supposed to. He was a big fan of stealing his parents' car during the night just because, and he always had to get high. Mind you, we were 14 at this time. So Devin decided that he's going to smoke a joint, but not just smoke a joint. He wants to pull the pool cover over us and hotbox the thing. Basically, I object immediately. One, because the thing is super heavy and we just spent 10 minutes getting it off. But two, because I don't want to hotbox anything. Enough people agree, and so Devin and a couple others decide to hotbox the sauna instead. It's in the same structure as the pool, and the door faces the deep end. While they go do that, the rest of us decide to do backflips off the diving board, showing off, just bullshitting around. I get kind of tired at some point and just let myself sort of wade in the water, watching my friends continue to do their thing. Then I decide I'll go sit in the hot tub for a while. Swimming in the direction of the ladder, I feel someone grab my leg and pull me back in the direction I just came from. I wasn't expecting it at all, and I found myself inhaling a bit of water. It hadn't just pulled me, though. Something was keeping me underwater. I struggle long enough to start panicking, and when I finally emerge from the water, I'm gasping for air. Naturally, I'm sort of pissed, and I know that I'm about to get someone back really good. But as I look around me, directly around me, I see there's no one around me. Everyone's still either on the other side of the pool, waiting to do flips from the outside, while the rest are still in the sauna. Then splashing could be heard behind me, but I already knew that no one was there. Instead of even looking, I swim as fast as I can to the other side of the pool. When I raced out of the pool, everyone's asking me what the hell's wrong. I didn't say a word, but they wouldn't stop staring, so I just told them flat out, "We gotta get out of this pool." That's when our friend James flew out of the sauna. Devin and the rest followed quickly behind him. They all looked thoroughly freaked. James, addressing everyone, says the same thing I'd said only moments before. "We gotta get out of this place." For some reason, this time everyone listens, and without any more words, we all grab our stuff and book it towards the back door. As we make our way out of the building anything but gracefully, Devin is hollering about the sauna having a mind of its own, and he's yelling, asking why none of us opened the door for them. Apparently, they'd been banging on the door of the sauna. The rest of us swear we didn't hear anything. My friend Andrew starts telling Devin to calm down, that they probably just got too high in there or something. The rest of the guys from the pool agreed, laughing that the guys got themselves paranoid, but I don't know. I believed them. We finally came to a stop when we'd made it a certain distance away from the pool. James and Devin were dead serious about what they'd seen. They said they hadn't been putting water on the stones, yet the stones kept reacting like someone was splashing water on them, filling the sauna with more and more steam. When it got to be too much, they put the joint out and attempted to open the door. But they couldn't get out. Somehow, the door was locked from the outside or something. I do know that none of us guys outside heard that at all. They recounted the story over and over while the other guys laughed, and I kept thinking about what I had experienced. I really wanted to say something, but the way everyone was reacting to their story, I don't know. I just couldn't do it. We were technically only sophomores at the time, so we still had to experience this place for another 3 years. It never quite felt the same, but I also never swam there at night again. And I never had anything else try to pull me down or whatever, ever again. Something we did learn our junior year. A student had drowned in that pool in the 80s. They didn't know how to swim, apparently. During class, they ended up drowning while the teacher, who also served as the lifeguard, had stepped away from the pool area. They took their eyes off the pool for less than 5 minutes. None of the other students had noticed the kid struggling, and unfortunately, he died. Most people never heard about the 100-year flood in Baton Rouge, even though it occurred in August 2016. Some folks on the internet started calling it the 1,000-year flood or 500-year flood, but there was also a big flood in 27. So I think they just wanted to use bigger numbers. Regardless of what you want to call it, a lot of people lost everything, including me. The slow-moving system dumped over 20 inches of rain on us in about a 3-day period, and nobody was prepared for it. We didn't even understand what was happening until it was too late. At the time, I was living with my sick grandmother who was confined to her bed. The doctors didn't expect her to last through the end of the year, so I moved in to help take care of her. We didn't exactly live in a good area either. It rains a lot in Louisiana, and it wasn't exactly uncommon for our streets to flood, so we literally sat there watching the water rise higher and higher until we were trapped. When I first told Grandma the roads were impassable, she just rolled her eyes and made a joke about not being able to order a pizza. When I said the yard was going under, she thought it was strange but not concerning. She'd lived in that house her entire life and had never seen it get that bad, but we didn't think that we were in actual danger. With the exception of what happened to New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina, we just don't get floods like that around here. We didn't get worried until the water was just under the front door. It probably should have happened a lot sooner, but even then, we were only afraid of the floors being ruined. We still weren't thinking in terms of the whole house. We weren't in fear for our lives. I was rushing around picking up the rugs and moving things to higher shelves when my dad called. He was at a job site 4 hours north, but wanted me to take Grandma to his brother's house, which was only 2 hours away. I told him the only way we were getting out of the driveway was on a boat, and he sounded really scared. He said if the levee broke, the house would go underwater, and we needed to find a way onto the roof. How the hell are we supposed to do that? I demanded. And I'll never forget the weight of the silence that followed. He didn't know either. I started looking around to see which neighbors were still home. Most of them were gone, but Mr. Peterson from across the street was standing on his screened porch. The water was just washing over his ankles. Our entire street looked like a newly formed river. When he saw me, he looked alarmed and ran inside. A few seconds later, our phone rang. He couldn't believe we were still there and asked what we planned to do when the house went under. Die. That was my plan. We were going to die. I've never been that frightened before or since. I said as much and asked what he planned to do. He didn't have any family and couldn't afford to leave anyway, so he was playing it by ear. When I saw him on the porch, he was trying to decide if it was time to get on his roof yet, because he owned a ladder. Our side of the street was a few feet higher, so he proposed that we all get on top of our roof. Water was slowly seeping beneath the door by that point, so we had to move quickly. Mr. Peterson carried his ladder across the street. At the lowest point, it came just a few inches under his waist, and he yelled when something, probably just a fish, swam through his legs. I had a small cooler packed with drinks and snacks, but the real question was how to get Grandma up the ladder. If we hadn't all been in survival mode, I don't think that we could have done it. Mr. Peterson was a really big guy, but when he suggested carrying my grandmother on his back, well, I was certain that I would have to watch them fall into the water and get carried away. Grandma might have been a good swimmer once upon a time, but she couldn't have stood a chance now. It's a miracle they got up there, especially while it was still raining. I rigged up an old dog leash around the cooler so that I could strap it over my shoulder, and I went up behind them. The water was coming so fast, it nearly took the ladder. But Mr. Peterson held on to it for dear life until I got to the top. We had no clue how long we would be up there, or if help would even come. The rest of our street looked abandoned, but from our new vantage point, we could see people from surrounding neighborhoods already on their rooftops as well. For the most part, we tried to keep Grandma under an umbrella and shield it from the rain, but it wasn't really possible to protect her from all of it. We watched the water rise higher and higher as the day grew dark. We heard all the windows break as the water rushed and shattered them. The noises were just as awful as the rain. We could hear other people screaming and crying as they watched their homes get destroyed beneath them. And I think we all secretly expected the water to rise over the rooftops in the middle of the night. I kept imagining that we would suddenly feel it lapping against our legs, and then a giant wave would carry us away. But thankfully, that didn't happen. The longest night of my life ended with the wildest sunrise I've ever seen. I have no clue when the rain stopped. I just know that I would never in a million years have guessed that I was looking around at our neighborhood. There was nothing but rooftops and water as far as the eye could see, like I was standing in the middle of the ocean. We still didn't know how long we would be stuck there, but we had enough water to last the day, no more. I cried tears of joy when we heard the boats. Overall, we were lucky. as a family and as a community. An unexpected disaster like that could have easily taken so many lives, but only 13 were lost. Yes, it's 13 too many, but it's nothing compared to what it could have been if so many ordinary people hadn't decided to be heroes. We weren't rescued by any of the usual first responders. We, like countless others, were saved by regular people who decided to take their boats out solely for the purpose of rescuing folks like us. They pulled right alongside our house, helped my grandmother in, and took us to the closest shelter before going back for more. Grandma didn't come through it unscathed. She was sick for a long time after. Well, sicker. But she stayed with us for another 6 months. And I still stay in touch with Mr. Peterson and our other rescuers. Well, I guess that's it. That was hands down the most frightening experience of my life. And I hope like hell there never comes a day when it gets pushed to second place. My heart wouldn't be able to take it. I'm not sure if everyone would agree that my story, strictly speaking, is a horror story. But if not that, I truly don't know how to classify it. My mom's currently a nurse practitioner, but she's done it all over the years, and hands down, her time working in the ER is where the real horror comes from. She's seen enough cheating men have their you-know-whats chopped off, and barely hanging on that she could barely remember and didn't have an exact number. And then there's the stuff that people put inside their bodies. Butt stuff. Well, mostly butt stuff. There's actually one of an old lady that particularly got to me, and I'm sorry in advance for sharing it here. A 75-year-old woman came into the after-hours clinic complaining of a stench down there. The smell had been growing progressively worse over the last few weeks, and she was getting worried. The doctor put her in stirrups and got in there. He found a ketchup bottle top jammed way back there. I'll let your minds work out the rest. Anyway, back to the main event. This was in the 90s, when my mom was working in an ER. A man came in complaining of bloody bowel movements that were extremely painful. This guy was still crying from the last one as he explained the problem. Most doctors try to be reassuring and lighthearted so the patient will tell the truth. But some are just assholes, like the one that my mom was working with that day. He went straight to asking the hard questions and talking to the patient like he was an idiot. So, of course, the man just clams up and doesn't have a clue what could be wrong. Everyone assumes this guy shoved something unspeakable up his ass, and they all started taking bets on what was in there. They take him for an x-ray, and then, lo and behold, this guy has a motherfucking baby snake in his goddamn ass. Dead, obviously, but it got itself in there pretty deep before suffocating. Drowning? Maybe it was crushed. I never thought to ask what the snake actually died of. Okay, I just called my mom and she couldn't be sure, but she always assumed it died from lack of oxygen. Anyway, nobody won the bet, and they had to do an emergency surgery to remove it. The guy went on to make a full recovery, but the number one question on everyone's mind was, how? When confronted with his x-rays, the man went as white as bedsheets and continued to fervently deny any knowledge of how the snake got in there. But Mom said his face told a different story. The doctor was in and out, so she worked on making nice with the patient. She really wanted this story. Eventually, he did tell one. Maybe it's the truth, or maybe it just took him that long to think of a story he felt less embarrassed by. Either way, the only narrative my mother received was as follows. The night before, he'd been at a friend's house for a small gathering. Everyone had been drinking and doing a bunch of drugs. This friend owned pet snakes and had recently hatched a new clutch. The cages were in the dining room area where everyone could see them. At some point, his ex shows up with her new boyfriend, and they had a minor altercation that came to blows. The patient ended up embarrassing the new boyfriend, who promptly left after the fight, and that was assumed to be the end of the night. The night went on, more drugs and alcohol were had, and the patient eventually passed out on his friend's futon, which was in the same room as the snakes. The next morning, this guy wakes up with a mega hangover and just feeling like overall shit. So he didn't think too much out of the ordinary about the discomfort to his rectal area. But as he went to leave, he saw the ex's new boyfriend was back and learned that he had returned shortly after the patient had passed out. He also felt that his friends were acting strangely, and as he got in his truck, he noticed they were watching him through the window, but then they quickly scattered when caught. His ass and lower back felt a bit sore as he sat down, but he attributed that to a hard night of partying and just went home. It was there he experienced his first painful bowel movement and became concerned. Concerned that for whatever reason, he couldn't actually make it. Hoping it would simply go away on its own, he did nothing. As the day wore on, the pain became increasingly intolerable. So he took a few painkillers. They took the edge off for a while, but he later experienced a second, more torturous bowel movement. And this time, the pain was excruciating enough to send him to the ER in tears. And the rest, as they say, is history. The operation was a success. Several people took pictures of the snake during and after, but they were all on disposable cameras, so sadly, my mom didn't end up with a copy of anyone's snapshots. Maybe that's not so sad. But yeah, I found that story fairly horrifying, so I thought others might too. Enjoy thinking about that one while you fall asleep tonight. Cheers. At my high school, there was one building that was older than the rest. It was the smallest building on campus, and by the time I went there, it was only used for woodshop and mechanics, 2 classes I never took. Rumor had it that the bathrooms over there were disgusting and horrifying, and that if you were between portables in the newer buildings, you might as well hold it and keep going. Avoid at all costs was sort of the mantra. Easy enough, each building has ample bathrooms that weren't so far away from each other. It was possible. Easy enough until junior year. Junior year, my boyfriend was in mechanics, 6th period. Since I had a free period, I would visit him in that building all the time. The teachers in these areas were, for lack of a better word, more chill. They didn't care about your hall passes, if you should or shouldn't be there. They just cared that you wore safety gear while you were inside the actual shop. One day, I'd already made my way to the shop. I'd already put on the gear and realized I had to pee. I remembered the lore behind this horrific bathroom, but I figured, how bad could it be? I gave a wave to my boyfriend and headed towards the bathroom. It sat between the mechanic shop and the wood shop, tucked in the back of a hallway lined with small lockers for students to hold their belongings. The first thing I wasn't a fan of was how cold it was in there, and that the lights didn't automatically turn on like the other bathrooms. It was old, all right, but all in all, I wasn't seeing what the big deal was. Once I got the lights on, I didn't see anything that stuck out as immediately more disgusting than any other public restroom. I even felt comfortable putting my goggles on the counter. They looked clean. So I go about my business, and as I'm finishing up, I hear the sound of hard plastic bounce and hit the tile floor, followed by a couple of distinct footsteps. Naturally, I freeze because, what the fuck? I lean down as far as I can from my seated position and confirm the sound was my goggles hitting the tile, but I didn't see anything to explain the footsteps. Not gonna lie, I was creeped out, so I sped things up and got myself into a slightly less vulnerable position. As soon as I flushed the toilet, the lights went out. At first, I assumed it was a timer or something, but the more I stood there in the dark, I questioned my own logic. They weren't like the other buildings. This had to be my boyfriend fucking with me. Looking under the stall wouldn't do me any good now in the dark, so I jumped out of the bathroom stall in an attempt to scare my boyfriend or whatever other creep was inside. Nobody screamed, so I lunged for the light switch and turned the lights on, only the switch was still flipped upwards. The lights should have been on. I quickly opened the door to see if anyone else was around, but it was empty, and all the other lights in the building were on. It was quiet. Then, I heard the sound of rushing water, the sound of a toilet flushing. It scared me so much that I literally just ran out of the bathroom and towards the end of the hallway. I turned around and just stood there for a moment. I thought if someone else was there that they would walk out any second, and then I could just move on. After a couple of minutes, I figured I might as well go check it out, grab my goggles, wash my hands, see who the fuck was in there. The first thing I noticed was the light switch was now flipped down. Maybe I did that in my panic. I couldn't remember, so I flipped them on. They did as lights should do and turned on. I grabbed my goggles and noticed that all of the stall doors were open. Before washing my hands, I thought, let's just see if maybe one of these toilets is an automatic flush. I can accept faulty wiring or poor plumbing. Except not. They were all the same toilet. The bathroom was old, and for all I knew, these were the original toilets. Nothing automatic or fancy about them. Washing my hands, I was still trying to run through any and all possibilities in my head. I decided that I would stay in there for a moment, see if the lights did the same thing. I walked into the same stall and sat there for a while. I got my phone out and set a timer for 5 minutes. I knew that was far too long, but figured it was better safe than sorry. Sitting there, even in the light, I decided there was something horrifying about this bathroom. It just had nothing to do with its hygiene. The light stayed on, but as I sat in silence, I started to hear small sounds. I wasn't imagining them. I could hear the sounds of the shop in the distance, people laughing, metal clinking, but I also heard footsteps from within the bathroom, the unmistakable sound of someone walking. And this time, I realized it was 3 steps clearly, and the 4th one faded out. I was so entranced by this realization that I forgot to be scared for a moment, until my alarm went off, causing me to nearly drop my phone in the toilet. I managed to save it that time, but moments after, before I could leave the stall, I felt someone tap my shoulder. It was so clearly the feeling of someone's finger tapping me that I screamed. I proceeded to actually drop my phone in the toilet. Retrieving the phone became my new focus. I grabbed my phone, dried it off the best I could before leaving, but I listened once more. I heard nothing. I was pissed that I hadn't thought to record it before my phone became waterlogged, and I was pissed about the phone too. I stomped out of the bathroom and went to tell my boyfriend what had just happened, but the whole class was gone. I walked through the shop and towards the back outdoor garage. The entire class had been out there for at least 10 minutes. They were working on oil changes today, so my boyfriend, along with a few others, were currently under the shop vehicles working. I decided to cut out and head back to the main building towards the library. I still couldn't believe everything that had happened. I texted my boyfriend that he could find me at the library, and eventually he did. I finally told him everything, and instead of taking me seriously, he laughed and said that they all assumed I was just taking a shit. I was not impressed, so I basically kept my little ghost story to myself after that. And honestly, truly, secretly wished that someday, whatever it was, would scare the shit out of him too. Unfortunately, I never got that satisfaction, and something tells me that even if something did happen, none of those guys would have ever said a word. Either way, that place was haunted or something. I stuck to using any other bathroom for the remainder of my high school career, because sure, it's fun to think about now, but at the time, it was scary as fuck. Always been curious if anyone else ever experienced anything there. It's been up and running for a long time. I've also wondered if I just so happened to talk to the one guy too stupid to realize if something was haunted or not. Who knows, but thanks for reading. My time spent working at the Riverside Inn was both a blessing and a curse. It's an old building that exudes charm, a beautifully preserved building from a whole different era, surrounded by lovely shops and friendly shop owners. It's just all around a great place to be. Yet as the night falls, quite literally when it gets dark, I couldn't help but feel like there was more going on there. Haunted? Honestly, probably. Though I tend to think almost anything that's got history has history, and that includes ghosts. My first encounters came during my late night shifts at the front desk. As I sat there, boring myself with paperwork, unnecessarily organizing my already organized space, I would catch glimpses of fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye. I would turn to face them, but then there'd be nothing there. I could brush this kind of thing off, but only so many times. I felt like the more I talked to my coworkers about it, the more stuff would happen. Maybe that's a natural progression, or maybe I was just paying closer attention. Because sometimes the shadows felt more like they would take the shape of people. I can't prove it, but others would describe what they'd see as silhouettes versus shadows. I believed we were all seeing the same things. The only time I ever caught a real glimpse was when I was exiting the elevator at night. I watched a shadow form to my left near the entrance of the hotel. As I turned, but before I faced it entirely, I saw the shape and decor of a woman, one who was wearing something not of this century. As I faced her, it was like in the same instant she vanished. No more silhouette, no more woman. But I had seen her. This was many years ago, but even then there were ghost hunters, paranormal investigators. We'd get several of them coming through the hotel, and we'd frame their published articles mentioning the hotel. We would embrace and highlight their findings. Of course, I don't know if these people were honest, but what I can tell you is that the hotel doesn't participate. We don't have anything rigged up to help these individuals sell whatever it is they may want to sell. We just allow them to rent a room at a reduced rate. They agree to share their findings, be truthful, etc. And then the media department approves whatever it is they plan on publishing. It's not just the ghost hunters who come looking for ghosts, though. It's likely no surprise that lots of people enjoy the whole haunted appeal. Curious creatures. Guests would sometimes like to discuss and report on the noises emanating from empty rooms or desolate hallways. Some guests even spoke of seeing apparitions at the foot of their beds and otherworldly glow surrounding them. One particular room, nicknamed the Whispering Suite, gained quite the reputation. Reports of persistent whispers that seemed to come from within the walls, echoing through the room till they become almost deafening. Staff didn't experience this one, but then again, we didn't stay in the rooms. Possibly all this information being so in your face yet eloquently presented right as you walk into the hotel, maybe it created a sort of mass hysteria. Like planting the idea, and now every sound or shadow is probably a ghost. But for what it's worth, my experiences are real, regardless of what anyone's written in any article. Besides the woman, I heard unexplained footsteps echoing down the hallways, as if someone is walking with purpose, even though the area would remain empty, whispering directly behind you. Only there's no one there, and it's unclear what's being said. I guess I'd call it disembodied voices. The first time it happened, I genuinely reacted as though a bee had flown in my ear. It was that close. I swatted at whatever it was, did a full 360 spin a few times, and yeah, no one. Nothing there physically, but there was still the faint sound of someone whispering, closely. The atmosphere of the hotel itself, the creaking floors, flickering lights, it all adds to the building's age-old charm, but they can also be little reminders that there's something more. I haven't felt or seen anything remotely like I did at the Riverside. I think that's because I'm not really looking, and I'm not really expecting to find anything. But I believe if you start paying attention, and especially if you go looking for it, you will experience things you can't quite explain. The bus was running later than usual last night. The bus stop's only a few blocks from my apartment. When I get off, I'm about to cross Park Road. I see another person standing on the other side of the crosswalk. The roads are clear. I've already started walking across towards the person. A few seconds later, the green pedestrian symbol turns on, but they still stand still. Big trench coat with a red fez on his head. As I got closer, I saw the trench coat open up and what looked like two little arms reach out and pull the sides closed again. I stopped right there in the middle of the crosswalk and just stared at this guy for a second, hoping to make sense out of what I'd just seen. His head was small for his size. His face looked bloated, like he'd been stung by bees. His eyes were barely visible, but I could tell that he was staring back at me. I reasoned with myself. We're all different sizes and shapes. I'd just never seen such disproportions on a human before. I felt rude for starting to walk diagonal towards the sidewalk. Then it happened again. The wind catches the trench coat and it opens. Inside the coat were two more sets of eyes, reflecting, blinking, looking at me. Two of the arms quickly grab both sides of the coat and close them again, like curtains. I spin 180 degrees and sprint back across Church Street, then take a left down Hillside Avenue and back up Reese Road. I ran a big square around the block so that I could get back in the right direction. When I get to the end of the street, I can see down to the intersection I was previously on. The corners are now empty. I got shivers thinking whatever I'd just seen followed me when I turned around. I ran the whole way back, ignoring crossing signals. No cars were out. When I'd gotten home, I told my boyfriend about what I'd seen, and his mouth dropped. He told me his dad described the same trench coat guy a couple of months ago. Both of his parents saw it driving home after a movie late one night. Red fez, bloated face, long trench coat. They didn't see what I saw inside, though. His mom said it had tiny feet. 3 up-close sightings of this thing. I know there has to be more, but where else would you bring this kind of information? So please, if you live near Montford and this story sounds familiar, let me know. Me and my boyfriend have taken a couple of trips up and down Park Road to see if we can catch a glimpse of it, but we haven't yet. We've got our cell phones ready. He's even got a little spotlight rigged up on the side of his car. When we catch him, you'll be the first to know.
Hey everyone, I'm 33, in good health, and I come from Lower Saxony, Germany. Yes, sometimes life has been troubling, but I've always been open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 2 weeks ago, I had a nightmare that took place in my room. I dreamed that my bedroom was a movie set. To the left of my bed was my grandparents' old cupboard. To the right was a newer cupboard, and the window was across from the bed. In the dream, I was laying on my right side when someone grabbed me. I slowly turned around and saw someone sitting next to me. I couldn't tell their gender, but they had long hair, and they were facing the opposite direction. When I touched their back, they turned around and I shouted, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the figure was gone, and frightened, I got up to look out the window. That's when I woke up shouting. But I was also experiencing sleep paralysis, so I couldn't move. It's happened before, so I knew what was going on. I wondered why the blinds were still down, because I hadn't realized that I was still dreaming when I looked outside. First, I wondered who the person had been. I live alone. I don't have a girlfriend. My grandmother has lived in a retirement home since May, and my grandfather passed away, but he didn't die in the apartment. I've read that many people see an entity when experiencing sleep paralysis, but I'm not sure if seeing it before I woke up still counts. The last time I had sleep paralysis was in 2019, and before that, it was 2012. During the 2019 experience, I was in my ex-girlfriend's living room. When I woke up, I couldn't move, and someone was walking down the hallway towards the front door. Like I said, I've been pretty open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 7 years ago, my grandfather died from a tumor, but now I need to circle back to that cupboard that came from his old house in 2007. That's the house my great-grandmother died in on December 24th, 1999. I suspect it was the source behind the activity. I do feel like someone is here, but in a good way. I know it sounds far-fetched, but that's how it feels. I didn't feel this way when my grandparents still lived in the house. Of course, I was younger then. A few months ago, there was another incident in the living room where I have a second cupboard from my grandparents. It contains a few old books about nature, and one just fell over. Nothing was shaking. It wasn't standing in a strange angle. It simply fell over, and I was pretty scared. What are your thoughts? I'm not too frightened anymore. I have good feelings about my grandmother and grandfather. They were the best people I've ever known. But could all of this have something to do with their furniture?
My husband, Hank, and I were still engaged when living in the home we called the Hammond House. It was named after the neighborhood. We lived there for 5 years and moved out shortly after our wedding. It was built in the 1970s, and too many strange things happened to relay them all, but I'll try. Before we even moved in, an elderly woman died inside. It was heavily remodeled after a fire, and someone had crashed their car through the living room. The activity we experienced started off small and escalated. The first night, we unpacked everything and got the house ready to be lived in. I was having trouble falling asleep when I felt an overwhelming urge to look down, and I saw a fat cockroach crawl beneath our bed. We hadn't even eaten in there yet. I know it's not supernatural, but it definitely felt like a bad omen. Hank has a shelf full of memorabilia that he arranges in a very particular order, and on countless mornings, we've woken up to find everything shifted out of place, just by a few inches. Sometimes the items would be turned diagonally, but remain in their proper positions. In his signed football souvenirs, they'd be face down and turned in the completely opposite direction. We discussed possible explanations, tested theories like maybe our speakers are vibrating hard enough to move things, but none of the explanations panned out. This is when we, jokingly, began referring to these events as goblin activity. Several people lived with us during our time spent in the Hammond house, including my friends Charlotte and Laura, along with Hank's teenage niece and nephew, Abby and Andy. Everyone who stayed there reported hearing someone else's voice, even when that person wasn't home. Andy heard Laura and I laughing in my room while I was at work. Laura heard me loudly whispering to Hank while he slept, but again, I was at work. Charlotte heard Hank pacing our bedroom while having a heated argument, but he was actually at work. Abby heard me and Charlotte cooking in the kitchen when neither of us were home. And Hank, he heard our cat meowing while she was sleeping in his lap. Abby also had terrible night terrors while living with us, but she never had them before or since. She'd wake up in the middle of the night screaming and convinced someone was banging on her bedroom door. We let our husky, Cal, sleep with her on those nights. From the living room couch, I could see through the dining room window and into the bedroom window. I would get chills, look to my bedroom window, and see the curtains deliberately pulled back just a few inches, as if someone were sneaking a peek. There were no vents under the window, no airflow. There was no viable explanation for this. After the first time, I started keeping the door shut and leaving the overhead fan off, just to make sure I wasn't mistaken, but the curtain only moved when I was home alone. Ultimately, we bought a curtain for the dining room window to ease my wariness, but it didn't help my overall state of mind very much. This next one, it isn't supernatural, but it is pertinent to the story. Over the course of 1 year, all 3 of our dogs died in that house. 2 two-year-old husky siblings passed from a genetic kidney disorder that they shared. And Cal succumbed to cancer at age 12. I know it's irrational, but I blame that house for stealing my babies. The puppies died before Cal, and he became very attached to me afterwards. But he also developed an almost aggressive distrust for our hallway closet. He would constantly lay there, sniffing under the door or pacing like something was in there. We checked multiple times, but there was nothing. One day, he was guarding the closet when I was home alone and in the shower, which is next door to this closet. When I bent over to grab the soap, I heard an unknown male voice coming from the closet. I quickly got out of the shower, still dripping wet. I inched my way to the door, listening. "Hello?" I finally whispered, but there was no response. I pressed my ear against the door, like the cliché that I am, and I heard a scratching sound. I screeched and ran to my bedroom with Cal, where we remained, barricaded and crying, until Hank came home. On another night, I was half asleep and waiting for Hank to come home when I woke to a sinking sensation of someone slipping onto his side of the bed. I flung my arm out to feel for him, but no one was there. I couldn't sleep until he got home. The last thing that happened before we moved is the event that shook me the most. I used to lay in my recliner, and my long hair would dangle over the back. My cat always saw this as a toy and tried to climb my hair like a curtain. So, when I felt my hair being tugged, I didn't think anything of it until I realized the cat was sleeping in my lap. The moment I realized that was happening, the grip on my hair was released. Once again, I screamed, cried, and hid in my room until Hank came home. There's so many smaller things that aren't even worth mentioning. Little items went missing and reappearing in strange places. It was always something we needed, like a tool or a key. We moved shortly after the hair-pulling incident, and we haven't had any goblin activity since. I'm not looking for advice. I just needed a place to get this off my chest. If you've read my previous stories, you know that I used to do trauma scene cleanup. If you don't know what that is, I basically managed a crew that went into buildings where someone was killed, committed suicide, or died by accident. Really, any situation where someone suffered a messy end. Over the course of my career, we had a few gang-related murders. The majority were Mexican gangs, but there were a few Asian gangs too. Most deaths were the result of home invasions, but some were specifically meant to harm the families of those involved. They were sending a message. Surprisingly, not all of them were that messy, but the walls were usually riddled with bullet holes. We would remove the drywall to sanitize everything, so the family only saw clean-cut drywall, not 60 bullet holes. Blood was most often localized to where the deceased fell. In those cases, we would just cut out the carpet, or if it had a hard surface, we just cleaned and disinfected the area. If there were soft materials like bed or sofa, we'd dispose of those as well. As promised, the following is the worst gang hit scene I ever saw. It wasn't the number of people killed, it's what happened after the fact. In the early 90s, we responded to a call for homicide cleanup. It was a nice 2-story home in a Los Angeles suburb. We got called to bad areas just as often as nice ones. Terrible things can happen no matter where you live, but they may happen more often if you involve yourself with the wrong activities. We don't know the full extent of who the murder victim was, but we knew it was related to the Mexican cartel. The scene wasn't reported because someone heard gunshots. No, a neighbor saw water flowing from the house and down the driveway. They must have called the fire department after not being able to find the resident. Apparently, the guy was taking a shower upstairs when the gunmen entered the house and found him. The intruder sprayed the shower with bullets. He must have had a silencer for none of the neighbors to hear it. As the deceased fell, his body covered the drain, causing the shower to fill up with bloody water. It then overflowed to the downstairs rooms and out the garage door, before ultimately making its way down the driveway. For this to happen, he must have been shot at least 2 days prior. Not only was everything wet inside, it had soaked in bloody water. Since there was so much water, most of it was diluted, but there were areas where the blood clearly stained material, mostly upstairs near the bathroom. The smell, as everything started to dry, was nasty. Sometimes when I'm at a meat counter and they're spraying down the butcher area, it reminds me of being in that house. Looking inside the shower, I saw the bullet holes were at mid-height level and more ran down onto the floor. The hitman must have kept shooting him after he fell. Probably wanted to make sure he was dead. While we were working inside, the police took some stuff, but most of the personal items were still there. We saw that he had a family. There were pictures of them and kids' clothing, so he didn't live alone, but he was the only one killed. We were never told what happened to the rest of the family, but I assume the killer waited for him to be alone. I grew up in Germany, and I'm interested in the paranormal, but also a little suspicious of it. I've had stuff happen that I can't explain, like my great-grandfather visiting me in a dream, even though I'd never met him. He died of cancer a few years before I was born. I remember what he looked like, but not what he said, only that he warned me about something. I eventually learned it was my great-grandfather by seeing pictures of him for the first time. My grandmother had stored them in her attic after he passed, but she cleared the room 10 years later. I also saw a shadow person in my bedroom doorway. It was imitating my mom, calling to me, believing it was her. I turned and mumbled for it to leave me alone. My mom overheard and came to ask if I was okay. In return, I asked why she woke me. She never called for me or stood in my doorway, nor did she encounter whatever I heard. On another occasion, my grandma randomly called me. She has a sixth sense when it comes to family and said everything was going to be okay. She didn't even bother with pleasantries. At the time, I was feeling depressed. I didn't know what to do with my life. I have no idea what made her call, but I'm positive she knew everything. She also did this with my sister on a few occasions. She'd call and somehow give her relevant life advice without being given any information. The latest experiences involve my Indian side of the family. Before we moved, we had a religious shrine in our closet, and one night, a blue orb danced through the room. The curtains were closed, no light was coming through, and the orb curiously went into the wardrobe. My husband thinks I saw God. I have no idea if that's true, but I certainly can't explain what I saw. The next one happened during a solar eclipse. My husband has a necklace that he's worn since birth. His mother extended it as he grew, and he gave it to me when he traveled for extended periods. On the day of the eclipse, I suddenly felt really sick. The bus driver even offered to call a doctor once he noticed how pale I'd become. I declined, but I had a hard time walking the last few meters home. I also had a burning sensation where the necklace touched my skin. I immediately called to inform my husband and to ask if I could take off the necklace and put it away and how to store it properly. He said to put it in a box, store it in the corner furthest away from me. I wasn't to wear it until he said it was okay again. As it turns out, his father's mistress does black magic, and the gods that protect us from black magic are weakest during a solar eclipse. I felt weak until the eclipse passed, and then I could wear the necklace again without issue. The last story is the most recent. I was visiting my in-laws in India. Their house is a little old but comfy and pretty. However, I always felt uneasy around the staircase, and apparently that's because it's the most active part of the house. My mother-in-law was a little doubtful of me, but she told my husband that the ghosts were less active during my stay. Basically, she thinks I carry too much light energy, and it dispelled them from the house. Well, I guess that was it. That's my small collection. Do whatever you want with it. I'm looking forward to your comments and ideas.